Hello and welcome to the Following Truth Bible Study on YouTube. As always, I am your host, LJ. In this video, I'm going to be looking at a particular argument against the biblical God, against the Bible. So it's going to be a study into, does the Bible condone slavery, basically? It's an argument that is used against Christians, against the Bible, an argument that is used against God to show that God is not moral, that he condones slavery. And so, what I'm going to do in this particular study is look at those claims that the Bible itself actually condones slavery. Now, this is going to be a study that is taken from my book that I wrote. So it is the book is called "Is God Moral? A Biblical Analysis." It is available on Amazon. So you basically on Amazon you can either search for "Is God Moral?" I think that brings up a number of books, but you can obviously search for me personally. So that's how you spell my name. So you can search for basically my name and "Is God Moral?" and that will bring it up. If you just search for my name on Amazon, it will come up as well. So in that book, which I'm going to be going through in studies on here on YouTube. So I mean, you're more than welcome to buy the book, and I will be much appreciated to anybody that purchases the book. But it's we're going to go through all of the arguments, all of the studies that I've actually done within the book. So, hey Doki, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you being here. So this, obviously in the book, I've got 5 different arguments. So there's 5 chapters. They're reasonably long chapters. So the book is 297 pages. So it's a reasonable sized book. It's not too big to be able to not get through. And inside the book, I make 5 different arguments. So I look at the sacrifice of Isaac, why God actually told Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, even though obviously we know that he eventually didn't go through with that sacrifice, and God didn't make him go through with that sacrifice. But I look into why God actually commanded Abraham to do that act in the first place. Then another argument is, does the Bible condone rape? It's a hard topic, I understand, but it is accusations that are used against God, used against the Bible. So for me, they are not nice subjects, but they are important subjects to actually look at. Then this one is this is chapter 3 of the book. Does God actually sanction slavery? Does the Bible condone slavery? And then also I look into the killing of the firstborn in Egypt, why God actually did that, and not just the killing of the firstborn, but all of the plagues, why God went through with the 10 plagues of Egypt, and then also stoning as a punishment, why God actually gave stoning as a punishment. And these are arguments that I hear regularly against God, against the Bible. So this is why I wrote the book, because I wanted to address those particular topics, those particular arguments that were used against God in order to show that he isn't basically moral. Hello, Wooly. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you being here and into this study. It's going to be a fairly long study. And at the end of it, if you disagree or if you agree, feel free to let me know whether you agree, disagree. As always, I have no. I'm not going to tell anybody what they must think. I'm only going to present the argument that I'm making. It's basically you make up your own mind. Now, for many Christians, maybe their mind would already be made up, but I want people to be able to see what the Bible actually says, rather than accusations. And I want to give those that are making the argument against the Bible an answer, obviously, but I also want to give that answer to Christians, to believers who maybe think, do you know what, I have issues with certain things that are in the Bible, and maybe they haven't studied the particular subject. So I want them to have confidence in what the Bible actually says. And like I say, you may eventually you may look at this study and you may think, actually, the arguments that you've made don't answer the questions. They don't prove that slavery is not condoned. But I think that the argument is good enough for me. I accept it. Obviously, I wrote it. But if you don't, then that's fine. And you're more than welcome, like I say, to come on and tell me that you disagree, why you disagree, why my arguments are not convincing to you, why you I mean, we can't just say, right, the Bible condemns slavery. That's too easy a thing to say. So I wouldn't accept an argument against what I'm going to present as just being, well, the Bible condones slavery, because I'm going to present quite a long argument into why I don't believe that it condones slavery. So at least address the points that I bring up. So if I haven't addressed something, you can show me what verse I haven't addressed, or if you think that what I've said is incorrect, then we can deal with that. But let's actually address my argument and what the Bible actually states, rather than what you might think that the Bible says, or just one verse. So anyway, thank you very much for everybody for being here. Please give this video a thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe. It does help the channel. And like I say, the book is available on Amazon, but the writing is available on my website. And obviously I'm going to be doing the study now. So if you don't need to purchase the book in order to be able to you're not going to have to purchase the book in order for it to understand the argument, because I'm not like that. I've written the book, and I wrote it for reasons of being able to write it. But yeah, nothing. I never make any of my work compulsory to actually purchase. It's all free of charge, and then it's all voluntary. So if people want to support my work, they can do so through purchasing a book. They can do so through WhatsApp or Patreon, or through the Cash App on here and stuff. But it's all voluntary. I don't care. People, I get the information out, and you can make up your mind on that. Wooly, so this is focused on Israelite slavery or Roman slavery. So that's what we're going to look at. We're going to look at the different. We're not just going to look at whether the Bible condones slavery, but what actually constitutes slavery and what is being used as an argument against or for slavery in the Bible. What is it that people are actually referring to when they say the Bible condones slavery? So I'm gonna get into it because we've already been in 10 minutes, and I appreciate people have got things to do. So I shall get into the study, and if people do have questions, I will try to address questions during the study, but maybe I will answer those within the study itself. So who knows? So basically, like I say, this is really just a copy and paste argument from my book. So what you're going to get here is from the book itself. So many people claim that the Bible condones slavery. And so I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So does the Bible condone slavery? It is, like I say, an argument that many people actually make against the Bible and against God. So this is usually made by those who are not Christians, although there are many Christians who also make the claim as well that the Bible does condone slavery. So they will often point to certain verses and passages within the Bible itself that they claim proves that the Bible not only condones slavery, but also gives rules regarding the application of it and how it's actually meant to be administered. And it just gives rules for slavery. And so the argument is that God sanctioned slavery and even gave the Israelites laws on how to acquire slaves, how to treat them, and how to discipline those slaves. And this is then often used as an argument against God being a loving God. And it's normally accompanied by the question, how can a loving God allow such an abhorrently vile and evil act as slavery? And people would say, I'm more moral than your God because I wouldn't allow slavery and I would condemn it. And so as your God allows slavery, I'm more moral than your God, or the God of the Bible. Furthermore, many will also point to the fact that the slave traders and owners, specifically in the United States of America, used the Bible itself, and they used it, appealing to the passages that apparently advocate slavery. And they used this to justify their owning and beating of slaves during the transatlantic slave trade. Now, I'm going to make a statement that is that of my position. Slavery is an immoral act, and I'm not going to be arguing against that point. That's not what I'm going to be arguing. That point is conceded. I would also certainly agree that a God that condoned slavery is a monstrous activity, and that he regulates it could not in any way be described as a moral standard by which we should live. We should not include slavery within our society, regardless of who proclaims it to be allowed. A God that did not condemn slavery, but actually allowed it, would not be the moral absolute by which I would wish to judge myself, or indeed to be judged by. Now, of course, just as with other accusations that we've looked at before regarding the morality of God, we cannot take the claim at face value. We have to investigate, and we have to see if it stands up to the scrutiny, which is exactly what we're going to do in this study. Now, there are many Christians out there that will say, and you'll hear this quite often, that if God allows slavery, then slavery is acceptable. That's not my position. So what I will demonstrate is that the American slave owners who used the Bible to justify their actions were just as guilty of cherry-picking verses, ripping them out of context and applying a meaning that is contrary to the true meaning of those verses, as those who are using the argument against God today. Obviously, they just had a much more severe consequence of them doing so. Now, there was such a thing as this Slaver's Bible. This was a Bible which was basically about a third shorter than your normal Bible, and it was called the Slaver's Bible. And this is the Bible that they would give the people, the slaves, basically, for them to be able to read. And it had all the passages about, Joseph being sold into slavery, and the Israelites in slavery in Egypt, but it had nothing of the redemption side of it. All of the verses, all of the passages were taken out about how Moses and God led the Israelites out of that slavery. So that wasn't included in that Bible. And like I say, it was called the Slaver's Bible. And it was called that for a specific reason, because the slavers were using it and using that particular Bible in order to prove that slavery is perfectly acceptable. But they were just as wrong to cherry pick and rip those verses as anybody else is. The consequences were severe for the victims who had to suffer the horrors of slavery, that most people today would correctly view with utter contempt. The victims were enslaved at the hands of those who abused the scriptures. And they abused those scriptures to their own advantage, with the purpose of using the Bible to make their immoral actions seem morally and biblically justified. People who themselves should be remembered with shame as criminals. Criminals against humans and humanity, if not against the law of the country at the time, because it was legal to own slaves, and the slave trade was regulated and was basically legal to. I mean, obviously, it wasn't legal in the countries that they were going to rip these people from. That wasn't taken into consideration, the fact that they're going into somebody else's country and just taking these people. But in their own countries, in England, in America, in other places, it was allowed. The slavery was perfectly acceptable, and they utilized these slaves for their own benefit, for themselves. Now, slavery, and I mean the type of slavery that the Black African people were subjected to during the transatlantic slave trade, is wrong. I'm just gonna state that. I need to let people know where my position is. It's wrong. There are no ifs, there are no buts. There are no exceptions to the statement. It was wrong then, it is wrong now, and it would be wrong even if the Bible condoned it. It is wrong. There is no defense of such an act. And we're talking about the slavery of the transatlantic slave trade and similar. There are some Christians, as I've already stated, that would say that if the Bible says it's okay, then it's okay. But they are wrong. That's just a fact. It's not my position at all. I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea when I am saying that, when I'm making my argument. I'm not making an argument that because the Bible says that slavery is okay, that slavery is okay. That is not my position. I don't believe that that's the position of God either. And I don't believe that that's the position of most Christians. I think most Christians would actually say that slavery is wrong and that the Bible doesn't condone it, even if they don't know how to kind of answer it or in depth anyway. I think most Christians would say that slavery is wrong. And that is 100% my position. That type of slavery is wrong. It's not a God that I could actually worship, a God that allowed that type of slavery. I wouldn't worship that type of God. So I'm not going to just say that slavery is okay because the Bible condones it. I don't agree with that. But my position is that the Bible doesn't condone it. So let's get that right as well. I'm not saying that the Bible condones slavery. In fact, I think it flat out doesn't condone slavery. It condemns slavery. So let's start with let's see what the Bible actually says. Let's look at the verses and let's analyze them, and we can investigate exactly what the Bible states about slavery. So let's start with the first verse that I think is really important, that we need to. We're going to look at obviously many more verses, but this one is vitally important. Exodus 21:16. This is part of the law. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he is found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. Christ's Kingdom Living, that isn't the subject that I'm dealing with in this particular study. So, I'm dealing with slavery in this one, sorry. That's not the one that I'm dealing with. The punishment for taking a person against their will, then, is death. There is no more severe punishment imposed by God in the Bible. That's the most severe punishment, is death. And this is the most severe punishment given to those that are that steal a man, or even if that man be found in their hand, then death is the punishment for that. That should be the end of the argument, but of course it isn't. Link it into the chat. I will do in a moment. Yeah. If you remember me saying that, then you're wrong, because I didn't say that at all. So let's. I'm not dealing with that particular argument, but you're wrong if you believe that that's what I said. So maybe go back and check that, and if you can find me saying that is perfect, that it was okay, then please feel free to link me to my comment where I stated that was okay. So please don't strawman me. Okay, so let me just link to my book. So the problem with this wouldn't be is that I think this is going to be UK. Christ Kingdom Living. We're not dealing with that particular subject on this. If you want to deal with that subject, go and find another channel that is dealing with that particular subject. That's not the subject I'm dealing with right now. I don't know if that's going to post. That's UK, but you're. So I need to. Amazon.com. Let me see. So that was the UK.co.uk, and I shall. Oh no. I'm not scared to say anything. Christ Kingdom Living. I'm not dealing with that particular subject. So. Oh, okay. That's UK Doki. Are you in the UK? Because I'll post it into the. That's the .com as well. I don't know. That might not be working. Apologies if that doesn't work, because that's Amazon.com anyway. Hopefully those links will be. Yeah, but you don't. But if you go on to .com, Amazon.com, which I think I've just posted the link in, Doki, you won't have to pay postage, because I think you'll probably have to pay postage if you buy it from Amazon.co.uk. It's available on Amazon.com as well, which obviously should be your American page. So I don't want you to have to pay if you were purchasing it. I don't want you to have to pay, or anybody to have to pay postage if they don't actually need to do so, because it should be available on most websites, most Amazon sites anyway. Okay. So yeah, this to me, this should be kind of the end of. Yeah, I don't know if it. I don't know actually if you purchased on Amazon.co.uk and you were in America, whether they would just send it to you from America and then you wouldn't pay postage anyway. I don't know how that would work, because it's printed by Amazon, so it's printed as you purchase it. So I don't know how it works. I don't know if they would charge you for postage, and I don't want anybody to have to pay postage when it's available in their country. That's all. So yeah, try it on the .com instead. If you don't purchase from a different country if they're going to charge you postage. But anyway, so this to me is the this should be the end of the argument of whether slavery is condemned or condoned in the Bible. It clearly states that if a man stealeth a man, so this is man taking another man, and that they should be put to death. Now, the argument against this is that it only refers to a person who steals a person who already belongs to another person. So they're already a slave; they already belong to somebody else, and you're stealing them from somebody else. But that obviously is just being read into that verse. And it's kind of circular reasoning, because you're already believing that that the Bible says that it's okay, and so you're reading that into this. all this verse actually states is that if one person steals another person, they should be punished with death. And so the plain and straightforward understanding, reading of this verse is exactly that they should be put to death. And yeah, you have to twist it in order to make it say something else. Now, irrespective of the basic understanding, let me bring this back, of that verse, there are a number of other passages. There are lots of other verses in the Bible that are often cited by those that claim slavery is not condemned at all, despite the clear statement of condemnation that we have just seen. Again, we are going to have to take a closer look at those passages. Now, I just want to point out that I know who this the Christ kingdom living is. It's Solomon. He's for the past 2 years, I think he's been trying to troll me with the argumentation regarding homosexuality, because I did a writing on that particular thing, and it's just trolling. So I do apologize for that, but never mind. It's perfectly okay if that's what he wants to continue on doing. Now, let's take a look at those verses and analyze them. The first thing that I'm going to point out is that we must understand that the Bible, like many acts that we would call evil, does not shy away from mentioning the act and the reality of slavery. It is undeniable and ultimately futile to attempt to try and say that the Bible doesn't refer to slavery. Slavery was part of the ancient Near East culture. It was not unusual for nations to enslave individual people, groups of people, or whole nations for their own benefit. The Israelites themselves were made slaves, literal slaves, in Egypt before they were redeemed out of that slavery by God. So that slavery is depicted in the book of Exodus. Slavery is referenced many times throughout the scriptures, but this is not in any way a sanctioning of the slavery that the Israelites were in. It's just referring to it. There is a huge difference between a descriptive text and a prescriptive text. So a descriptive text, basically, it's a description of something. It describes something, right? It's characterized by containing a description, serving to describe something. That is what a descriptive text is. But then we also have a prescriptive text. Now, a prescriptive text is like making rules or giving directions regarding something. That's not what is happening in the Bible when it talks about slavery. It is a descriptive text. It doesn't shy away from that, but it's not prescribing it. It's not allowing it. It's not giving rules and regulations of that particular slavery. So the claim would require a prescriptive text in order to hold true. Simply taking a descriptive text and applying a prescriptive meaning into it is nothing short of disingenuous and should be dismissed as such. Now, in this, I won't be dealing with the historicity of slavery, nor will I be dealing with whether or not the Israelites engaged in slavery, whether they committed slavery, put people into slavery. History does indicate that they did. But both are actually irrelevant to the question of whether or not God condones it. So the fact that we have slavery, we have instances of slavery, does not mean that God is condoning it. And even if the Israelites are ever shown, if we could, people can come up with arguments and say, well, the Israelites did engage in slavery, proper, slavery as of the transatlantic slave trade. That doesn't mean that would be prescribed by God and that would be allowed. They are both irrelevant. The Israelites actually partook in many, many activities that were condemned by God. And on many occasions, they were punished for doing so. We know that humans are fallible creatures, and we know the Israelites often fell into apostasy and paganism, pagan worship, which included many things that were contrary to the law that they had been given by God. And it does not mean that these things, including slavery, were God ordained. The focus is to find out what the scriptures themselves say on the subject. So that's what we're going to do. So there are actually 3 different types of slavery that are referenced in the Bible. Slavery of Israelites by other Israelites. Slavery of the other nations by the Israelites. And then we have slavery of the Israelites or other nations by other nations. And those are the 3 that we're going to look at. And what we will find is that it is only this one. It is only this 3rd type of slavery. The slavery by other nations enforced upon the Israelites or other neighboring nations of them as well, that would be even recognizable to the slavery that we understand today. It's more specifically called chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is because the slaves are treated as commodities, that they can be bought and sold, that they are the slave owner's personal property. And this would be when we interject our conceptions of the transatlantic slave trade into them. It is the literal ownership of one human being over another against the will of that person that is being owned, where the basic human right of that person is being removed. So let's bear me one sec. I just need to find that the slides. Why can't I find them? Right, okay, there. So, bear me one second. I've lost the place where I was. Right, okay. So there are two words that are translated as like servant, bondman, or bondmaid in the King James Bible. And it's translated as slave in other translations. It says ibed and abed. So that's male and female. And it's suffice to say that they do not always imply or refer to a literal slave. Just because we see the word slave, which appears in many modern versions of the Bible, does not mean that the word is the correct word to render the Hebrew the words here, abed or ibed, or those derivatives of, or that the Bible is actually condoning slavery at all. Only from the context in which the word is found can the true meaning be derived and be understood. Context is the key and is vital in obtaining correct understanding. More often than not, servant is actually the correct rendering of the Hebrew. There are some that will claim that the KJV actually has removed the word slave and changed it to servant. And I have come across a few people that have used that argument. And it's a weak argument and is easily disproved. For a start, the KJV was translated in 1611, which was a long time before any modern versions of the Bible used slave. So the King James Version didn't remove the word slave because it comes before those versions that have the word slave. We also need to point out that in 1611, we're not into the transatlantic slave trade in its full understanding of what we know what the transatlantic slave trade turned into, and what it became. In 1611, we're not there yet. So there are other versions of the Bible, such as the Wycliffe Bible, and you'll see here that use the word servant rather than slave. So it's basically the English Bibles that appear that come before the King James Bible. Okay, they translate the word as servant, not as slave. So it's not the King James Bible that is changing everything. These were all the versions that come before, the English versions, and they're all utilizing the word servant. So it's not the case that the KJV is incorrectly rendering what should be slave as servant, but actually I would say that it's the modern versions are incorrectly using slave instead of servant. Now, servant is also used in the Douay Rheims Bible, the Catholic Bible. And we also see servant in the 1917, and I'm only using, I'm specifically using Exodus 12:44 in this particular, just showing you in this one. So in the JPS Tanakh 1917, we have the word servant. That's the translation from the Hebrew. They're not translating this as slave. And this is 1917 from the Hebrew, the JPS Tanakh, servant. And it's also the translation of the Young's Literal, servant, in Exodus 12:44. And any man and any male servant, the purchase of money when thou hast circumcised him. All right? So this is referring to a servant, not a slave. The word servant, while it most certainly can be used to refer to a slave, does not necessarily mean a slave. And slave is very often an incorrect word to use. It is this incorrectly used word slave that allows the incorrect understanding to be asserted that the Bible allows slavery. When claiming that the Bible endorses slavery, it is all too common to see the person making the claim referencing one of the modern versions where the Hebrew ebed has been rendered slave. So let's have a look at one of those times when we find this word. In 1 Samuel 17:8, the armies of the Israelites were called the servants of Saul. Sorry. So we have there, and he stood and cried unto the armies of Israel and said unto them, Why are you come out to set your battle in array? Am not I a Philistine, and ye servants to Saul? Okay, so that's the KJV rendering of that particular verse. But then in the GNT version of the Bible, we get, I am a Philistine, you slaves of Saul. Now, he's talking to the Israelites about Saul. Are the Israelites slaves of Saul? I don't think so. They're not servants of King Saul, they are servants of. They're not slaves. And it's an incorrect translation. You can't translate that as slave. But obviously, some versions do. And we also have in Numbers 32:25, and the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spake unto Moses, saying, thy servants will do as my Lord commandeth. The servants of who? Moses. But I have actually missed off. So it's rendered servants there. Any rendering of slave in that particular verse would be wrong to translate Ebed as slave. It's servant. The people were not slaves of Moses, so you cannot translate that. In Numbers, in Samuel, 1 Samuel 22:14. What about with King David? Then Amalek answered the king and said, and who is so faithful among all thy servants as David? But other Bibles, such as the Jubilee Bible, translates that as slaves, but that's wrong. You can't. They're not slaves. We can't say that that David was a slave of Saul. Here, all thy slaves as David. It was the slaves of the king. David wasn't a slave of the king. He was a servant of the king. So that's just factually incorrect. David called himself the servant of Achish, the king of the Philistines. And David said unto Achish, surely thou shalt know what thy servant can do. You cannot translate that as slave. David wasn't a slave of Achish, the king of the Philistines. And any usage of the word slave would therefore be inaccurate. So again, the Jubilee Bible, which does translate this as slave, is just incorrect. That's not the correct translation. So anybody utilizing the Jubilee Bible in order to say, right, well, Ebed is slave, would be just incorrect on this basis, because we're not referring to a slave. Not in the sense of what we understand what a slave is. Abraham, Moses, Caleb, David, and the Messiah are all called servants of God in all of those verses. None of those are slaves of God. They are servants of God. They're all translated from the same word. Right? The Messiah was called the servant of God, my servant. But he doesn't say in Isaiah 42:1, he's not saying, behold my slave, whom I will uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. This isn't talking about a slave, but it's translated from the same Hebrew word. Clearly, it's referring to a servant. So this is just showing that the word can be utilized as servant and not be referring to anything like what a slave would be. So there's no justification for a very inaccurate translation of translating it as slave. I don't even know how the translators would actually even come to translate anything like this as slave, because that's clearly not what is being referenced. Behold my slave in the Jubilee Bible, whom I uphold. What is going on? How have they translated that as slave? We're talking about the Messiah. Is not a slave. So, right, that's shown that basically the Hebrew word does not necessitate slave. Now, in reality, there are. So we're going to start with the first premise, which is slavery of Israelites by other Israelites. What is that slavery that we're talking about? And what we'll see is that slavery between one Israelite and another Israelite was not in any way, shape, or form slavery at all. It would be much better understood as just indebted or indebted servitude or just servitude. Depends on the reason why they were serving the person that they were serving. And there were a number of different reasons why a servant, an Israelite servant, would serve another Israelite. So there are quite a few different reasons why. The first one is poverty. One Israelite could be poor and then go and serve another Israelite in order to be able to get food and raiment and or clothes or a living, basically, because they become poor. They need to go and work for somebody else in order to live, to get money to live, because they're poor. And so the Bible says, and in Leviticus 25:39, and if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor, if your brother is poor, and be sold unto thee, right? This is some of the language we have to understand. This is a 1611 KJV, and where we have to understand what is going on here. And so if it's sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as an hired servant, and as a sojourner. He shall be with thee, and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and he shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. All right, so we're talking about Israelites right now, because that's what we're dealing with. Israelite. Israelites cannot be made to serve as a bondservant. They can't be sold as a bondservant, and they are going to be a hired servant. And also the fact of the year of the Jubilee being set free. These are all really important parts when it comes to understanding what is going on. So it was possible that if an Israelite found themselves being poor, for whatever reason that may be, that the Israelite could sell themselves to another Israelite in return for a financial benefit, for work, basically. The selling and buying would be by mutual consent. One Israelite could not buy another Israelite without the consent of the one being bought. So they're selling themselves. The servant would work for the master, and the master would in return provide for the servant. However, the master was not to make him serve like a bondservant. He was specifically to be treated as a hired servant or sojourner. Now, the sojourner here referenced is going to become relevant again in a moment later on in the study. But this also did not mean that one Israelite could sell another Israelite to a third party. So we couldn't find one Israelite selling another Israelite to somebody else. Right? You can't take an Israelite and then sell him on, basically. It has to be that person themselves. The Hebrew of verse 39 makes that perfectly clear, that it is the brother, it is the Israelite who is poor, who is doing the selling. They are selling themselves, not that they are selling somebody else. They are selling themselves. The brother sold has given full consent and cannot be bought without giving it. It has to be given that consent. The Israelite is the servant of God, and therefore not to be sold as a bondman. Both servant and bondman here are translated from the same root word, ebed, showing the two meanings of the word. The passage says that the Israelite servant who has sold himself was to be treated as any other hired servant, or what we would more likely today call an employee. We will also get to the treatment of the Israelite a little later in this study as well. Now, it shouldn't go without mentioning that God had actually declared, right? So we're talking about an Israelite that is poor, having to sell himself in order to be able to pay for his bills. But actually, what we'll find is that God had actually declared that if the Israelites would have followed him, and they just would have continued in his law, that he had actually promised to bless the Israelites continually within Israel, their land that was given to them as an inheritance, so that there would be no poor amongst the Israelites, and thus is even negating the need to sell themselves as servants in the first place. All you needed to do: save when there shall be no poor among you, for the Lord shall greatly bless thee in the land which the Lord God hath given ye for an inheritance to possess it. Only if thou carefully hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all these commandments which I command thee this day. For the Lord thy God blesseth thee, as he promised. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, but thou shalt not borrow, and thou shalt not reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee. But there will be no poor among you if you do what I say. So there wasn't even any need for them to have even worried about going into the servitude of themselves, because God had said, follow me and there will be no poor. There would have been an abundance, and poverty would not even have been an issue among them. That's the whole point of this, is you're following God, and all of these blessings would have come upon them. They would have had plenty. There would have been no need to sell themselves, no need to go into servitude, because they all provided for themselves. They just didn't need this at all, but they didn't follow God. Poverty would not have existed had they done that. It was the plan of God all along for there not to be any poverty. Unfortunately, the Israelites did not always follow that plan. They turned from God and went after gods of the other nations, which was condemned by God. And so the promised continual blessing was removed, which resulted into the Israelites falling into poverty, because they then fell into the curses of those that didn't follow God. And so they had to sell themselves to their brethren in order to survive, because they were no longer following the laws of God, and he took the blessing away. So no longer were they able to just produce and produce and produce, because they weren't following God. So he took the blessing away. The produce reduced, and now there's not enough for everybody. So they brought these things on themselves. But even still, well, it's unsurprising to me, but it might be surprising to some people, that God, even when they didn't follow him, he still made provisions for them within the law. So he made provisions for people that would fall into poverty because of them not following him. And he still made provisions for those particular people. So when they were disobedient, he had still put into place a system that would protect them from the consequences of their own disobedience. If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor neighbor, but thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wanteth. So when they were not following God, they were still to be given help from the Israelites that did have, still remained and had enough to be able to help them. They've stopped following God. God's taken away his provisions from them. And yet here we still get, look after those that have become poor. Don't harden your heart towards them. Give them, help them. Give them money, food, whatever it is that they need. Give it to them. God again gave instructions to the Israelites to provide for the poor and the stranger by telling them not to reap the edges of their fields when they harvested, so that there would be some left. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field. Neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest, and thou shalt not glean thy vineyard. Neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am the Lord your God. So when they harvested, they were told to leave the edges. Don't take everything. Leave it for the poor to be able to pick and eat. The Israelites were told not to charge any interest on money that they lent an Israelite that was poor. So it states in Leviticus 25:35, and if thy brother be waxen poor and fall in decay with thee, then shalt they relieve him, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. Thou no usury on him or increase, but fear thy God, that thy brother may live with thee. Thou shalt not give him your money upon usury. So don't give him money and then charge him interest on that. Nor lend him any victuals for increase. Don't lend him anything and say, right, well, I'm going to give you some food, I'm going to give you some clothes, but I want interest on that. You're going to repay me back on this with interest. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God. Every third year, the tithes of the Israelites were to be shared out between the Levites, the poor and the fatherless, the widow and the strangers, that they could eat and be satisfied. The Lord would bless them for their actions. Deuteronomy 14:28. At the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thine increase of the same year, and thou shalt lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite, because he hath no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the work of thine hand which thou doest. Look after the poor, look after the stranger, look after the fatherless, the widow. I'm your God. I'm giving you this land. I'm giving you the produce. I'm looking after you. When somebody is poor, when they don't have enough, look after them. All of this is towards Israelites. This isn't talking about, there is no slavery in this. This is all for the protection of the Israelites, to make sure that even during the time when they would go into disobedience, that they were still looked after. The whole system designed by God and given to Israel was to prevent poverty from arising in Israel, but also eliminating it when it actually did arise through their own transgressions of the law. But he still provided for them. He still had that law there. But they simply did not follow him. They had to. They should have followed him. They follow him, everything would be fine. Nobody goes without. Now, the law system was only actually introduced because they had turned away from God anyway, almost immediately, with the building of the golden calf. And that was after they had just come out of their own physical, literal slavery that they were in. So God introduced laws to protect the very people who were meant to be following him, but were not. Over and over, God makes provisions to protect the poor against the Israelites, or amongst the Israelites, so that they would not need to sell themselves to their fellow Israelites in the first place. God does not force anyone to follow him or to live by the law that he has given, but God, being a loving God, would also help those that forsook him, even those that didn't follow him. And we'll see actually that this included cancelling all debts every 7 years, which we'll look at in a bit. But all they had to do was follow him. Now, there was also the punishment for crime. So for crimes that did not carry the penalty of death, of which there are actually many, such as theft, or the punishment would be to pay restitution. If a man stole something from another man, and we're not talking about stealing another man, we're saying, maybe he stole an ox or a sheep or something, he would have to pay back what he stole, plus he would have to give extra cost, like a fine. If the man had no means to which to repay that debt, then he would be required to work off that debt, becoming the servant, not slave, but servant of the person that he owed that debt to. So we have to remember that there was no prison system back then. There wasn't really, we're not talking about police and go to jail. You're the thief, so you go to jail. Rather than going to jail, the punishment for a crime that didn't involve the death penalty would be indebted servitude. Let's have a look at that. So if a thief, Exodus 22:2, if a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he die, there shall be no blood shed for him, because he's being a thief. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he should be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be an ox or an ass or a sheep, he should restore double. So now he has to work for, he's been caught, he has stolen something, he's been caught with that, now he has to provide back. But if he doesn't have that ability to do so, then he has to be sold into indebted, basically, servitude. He has to serve that person to pay that off. The thief himself, or rather his productivity, his work, his time, is sold to pay off the debt, such as a fine. what we would have a community service, basically. And there's also the indebted servitude that could be used, which was for an acquisition of something. So like a wife, for instance. Jacob, Israel, had put himself into servitude for the right to marry his wife Rachel. He voluntarily worked or served 7 years for Rachel's father Laban, to be able to be given the right to marry her. Laban had asked Jacob what his wages should be. I'm going to come and work for you, and what's your wage going to be? Jacob said that he would serve him 7 years for the right to marry Rachel. And Laban said unto Jacob, because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? Because Jacob had basically said, I'm going to come and work for you. But what should your wages be? You can't work for me for nothing. And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel, thy younger daughter. In no way can any of these 3 indebted servitudes be constituted or confused with the definition of chattel slavery. None even remotely constitutes slavery of what we would find in the transatlantic slave trade. Indebted servitude between one Israelite and another cannot and should not be likened to chattel slavery. Anyone doing so has not correctly understood either. The indebted servitude of Israelites was indeed regulated by God, and rightfully so. There were strict laws in place regarding the treatment and the protection of those that were in that indebted servitude, against basically being the abused by his or her master. So yet again, God had implemented laws to protect against a person being mistreated or to be made to serve as a slave. Servitude of Israelites was to last a maximum of 6 years. In the 7th year, the master was to allow the servant to go free. No further payment was required by the servant. The debt had been paid, and the Israelite owed nothing. And we see this in Exodus 21:1 and Deuteronomy 15:12. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years shall he serve, and in the 7th he shall go free for nothing. And the other one is, and if thy brother, an Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, be sold unto thee, and serve thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee. They were to let them go after 7 years. So they would serve for 6, and then they'd be finished. That debt is gone. No longer do they need to pay back that debt. At the end of the 6-year service, a Hebrew Israelite servant was not only to go free from their service, but actually they were to be given things and furnished by the master, given a parting gift because they've served them. It would be cattle, food, wine, yet another provision to protect that person. Deuteronomy 15:13. And when thou sendest him out from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, out of thy floor, and out of thy winepress. Of that whereof the Lord thy God hath blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondsman in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this thing this day. Actually, there. No. Oh, yet again, I've missed a particular slide. So what I just read basically was Deuteronomy 15:13 through 15. Apologies for a missing slide there. This year of release was to happen every 7 years. If the Israelite became indebted after 4 years into the 7-year period, then they would serve the remaining 2 years, and then they would be set free in the 7th year. It would not matter when what the amount of that debt was or what the debt was for. Neither would it matter at what point during the 6 years that the person started their servitude. The servant was to be released in the 7th year. Although it was not part of the law to do so, the Israelites actually started to hold children accountable for their father's debts. And this is where I'm going to now say that just because an Israelite did something does not necessitate that it was allowed. And we can't utilize what Israelites did to prove that what Israelites did was allowed to be done. So they started to hold on to the children of the servants, and they would hold them accountable for their father's debts. If the father had died while they were in that servitude, and so had not fulfilled that servitude, or the allotted time, or the repayment, then what they would do is then they would go and get the children and make them serve as well. And then we find this with this one verse that has been up on the screen for a while. The woman, this is the woman that came to Elisha for help regarding the creditors. The woman told Elisha that her husband was dead, but that the creditor had come to take away her 2 sons to be bondmen. Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead, and thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Lord, and the creditor is come to take unto him my 2 sons. Oh, and bear me 1 second, I've lost my place again. So they've come to take away these 2 as to be taken as servants, the children, which was not allowed. And actually, what was happening is that they were taking away these children to serve for the remainder of the debt. And like I say, this is that famous story where Elisha basically gives her the ability to create all of that oil that allowed her to pay off that debt. Now, we also see that masters were not allowing their servants to leave once their debt had been fulfilled in the 7th year. They weren't following these rules about the 7th year jubilee, basically. So they weren't allowing them to leave. Or if they did allow them to leave, immediately they made them come back and return to serve them again. And in the book of Jeremiah, we find such a story. We see that the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with the people that all Hebrew servants should be set free and no longer serve their masters. The people agreed, and then they let their servants go, but then they brought them straight back into that servitude. Jeremiah 34:8. This is the word that came unto Jeremiah from the Lord. After the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people which were at Jerusalem to proclaim liberty unto them. This is what Jesus did. He proclaimed, hey Tongji, thank you very much for being here. So this is what Jesus did. He came to proclaim liberty. What his liberty was of the bondage of the law. But this is what was happening, is that they were holding on to these people when they shouldn't, when they weren't allowed to, and that every man should let his manservant and every man his maidservant, being an Hebrew or Hebrewess, go free, that none should serve himself of them, to wit, of a Jew his brother. Now, when all the princes and all the people which had entered into the covenant heard that every one should let their manservant and every one his maidservant go free, that none of them should actually serve themselves, they're not to serve these people anymore, they obeyed and let them go. But afterwards they turned and caused the servants and the handmaids whom they had let go to return, and brought them into subjection for servants and for handmaids. So contrary to what God had actually said, and contrary to the agreement of what is now being given by King Zedekiah, King Zedekiah is trying to free these people from the servitude that they are being forced to participate in. But the people didn't listen. They let them go and then brought them straight back into that servitude. Now, just because the Israelites were doing this, like I say, it does not necessitate that this is what the Israelites were told to do. That's contrary to what the law actually states. The law stated that your hired servant, that servant that was coming in to serve you in order for payment, we call it an employee today. You have to remember, when the Israelites went into that land, they all had their own part of their land. Right? They all had equal parts, and that was their part of the land, and they would feed themselves, and they didn't work for other people. They did their own work. So they were all individual people, all self-employed technically. But then when obviously they went against God and the curses came in, and they were then not given all of those blessings, the money dried up, the food dried up, and they were selling themselves off. But that was never, ever meant to be. And the 7th year, for when God had said, right, your servants, they're going to serve you for those 7 years. And at the end of the 7 years, you're going to let them free. So they're going to be paid for during their work. And at the end of the 7 years, you're going to let them go, and you're going to give them parting gifts. You're going to give them money. You're going to give them food. You're going to give them wine, in order to when they leave, they're going to be okay. That's not what the Israelites were doing. But that isn't an argument against God. That's an argument against what the Israelites were doing. It's contrary to what the law was saying. It was not lawful for a master to force a servant to remain, and it was against the covenant that they had just agreed upon. Despite the fact that the servant was to be allowed to go free in the 7th year, it was possible, right? So even though there were times when after the 7th year, the Israelites were allowed to go free, but there were times that maybe that Israelite didn't want to leave. Was happy doing what they were doing in that family, in his servant's house, and he was working for that servant. There were times when the Israelite himself could say, I don't want to go free. I want to continue on serving you. Now, God's law actually made it to the point where the master could not say no to the servant. If the servant wanted to stay, the master had to allow him. He had to continue on paying for him, had to continue giving him food, had to continue looking after him, because he didn't want to leave. All of this was to protect the Israelites. from going into to poverty and needing to serve. But even when those things happened, God still provided, and he allowed that these servants would be looked after. And it says in Deuteronomy 15:16, and it shall be, if he say unto thee, I will not go away from thee, because he loved you, he wants to stay, and his house, remember, they were given food, clothing, a house to live in, right? They weren't put out in the shed. They weren't told to go and sleep on the floor outside. They were looked after. This is not the same kind of slavery. But because all is well with thee, then thou shalt take an awl and thrust it through his ear unto the door, and he shall be thy servant forever. Now, this is a word that people are so scared of in the English word, forever. And also, unto thy maidservant thou shalt do likewise. We're going to get to this word forever. The servant forever. Scary. You've got to be my servant forever and ever. But even after that is stated, the fact that the servant was free to finish his service, so even after this has been stated in Deuteronomy 15:16 and 15:17, if he wants to stay, you must allow him to stay. Even straight after this, what does God say? Straight after this, it shall not seem hard unto thee, all right? If he wants to go, it shall not seem hard unto thee, when thou sendest him away free from thee. For he has been worth a double hired servant to thee in serving thee these 6 years. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all that thou doest. It's not a hard thing for you to let this person go. If he wants to go, this is a reminder. Okay, this one wants to stay, but if they want to go, they've worked for you. Do not make it a bad thing that they want to leave. Don't make it hard. They've worked. Let them go. And it shouldn't be hard for you to do so. The law also explained in Exodus chapter 21, the master of the servant who wished to stay would first take the servant before the judges, before boring the servant's ear with an awl. The servant was then to serve forever. Okay, so I'm not going to read all of that, but that's in Exodus 21:2, all the way through to 6. But if they wanted them to serve, then they had to take them in front of the judges, and it had to be approved and be allowed. I mean, it's not just saying, right, this person's staying with me and I'm never, ever letting them go. Forever does not necessarily mean a literal forever, even though some do try to say that it does. So we're going to address that. Obviously, a person could not remain a slave after they die. So forever cannot mean forever, not in a literal understanding of what forever would be. It can only mean maximum until that person was dead, which wouldn't be forever ever anyway. So even in that literal understanding, it cannot be forever. Forever is actually the Hebrew word olam. And what that word actually means is a completed set time, however long that set time may be. That time would not finish before or after that set time. We know that Jonah was in the belly of the fish, the whale, for olam, forever. He was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights. But those 3 days and 3 nights would not finish until the 3 days and 3 nights were completed, and it wouldn't continue on after the 3 days and 3 nights had been completed. Olam means a specific set time. So when it says forever, it means that you will serve until the allotted set time. And we'll see that in a minute. So they would all serve that set time that they had been given. But in the context, it actually meant until the year, the final year of Jubilee, where all Israelite servants were to be freed regardless. There was no exception. This is in the 50th year. All right. So this is the maximum that somebody could actually serve. There is no exceptions to this. That all go back to normal after the 50th year. Every 50 years, this is. Not before, not after. Once they've agreed, they could leave after the 6th year if they wanted to. In the 7th year, they could leave. If they decided that they weren't going to, I'm going to continue on serving you. Then what they would do is serve until the 50th year, and that is the final Jubilee year. And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee waxen poor, and so this is in Leviticus 25:39, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant. So we get this repeated, but as a hired servant, an employee. You're going to make them serve as an employee. And as a sojourner, he shall be with thee and shall serve thee unto the year of Jubilee. Now, the Jubilee was the 50th year. The year of Jubilee was when all debts were to be settled, to be finished. All accounts restarted back at zero, so to speak, and everyone put back on an even playing field. All possessions. So if you sold part of your land to another Israelite because you've become poor, so they've taken some of your land in order to give you money, that's gone. Every 50th year, everything returns back to normal. It goes back to a full factory reset. All right, nobody owed anybody anything, regardless of what had happened before the Jubilee. It all goes back to square one, all back to set. You sold that land, you get that land back. That's yours again. Obviously, until the next time that they didn't follow God, and then you go back through the cycle again and again and again, which is exactly what the Israelites did, because they kept not following the law of God. Now, the year of Jubilee is explained in detail in Leviticus chapter 25. So we get the 6th year, every 6 years, then you get the 7th year where they get that release. But then on the 50th year, you get Leviticus 25:8, and thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years unto thee, 7 times 7 years. And the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 49 years. Then thou shalt cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In the day of atonement shall you make the trumpet sound thereof in all your land. And ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. A jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap that which groweth of itself in it, nor gather the grapes of the wine undressed. For it is the Jubilee, and it is holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. So this is now explained. All possessions were to return to whoever they originally had been taken from or given to. And God forbade the oppression of one another. In the year of this Jubilee, so we're still in Leviticus 25, ye shall return every man unto his possession, and if thou sell out unto their neighbor, if you've sold anything to your neighbor or buyest anything from your neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of years after the Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according unto the neighbor of thy number of thy years of the fruits he shall sell unto thee. According to the multitude of years, thou shalt increase the price thereof. And accordingly to the fewness of years, thou shalt diminish the price of it. For according to the number of the years of the firstfruits doth he sell unto thee. Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear thy Lord thy God. I am the Lord your God. Now it was explicitly forbidden by God for the Israelites to make any Israelite their servant to serve with rigor. And this is stated within the law. 25:43, thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but thou shalt fear thy God. Now, rigor is the Hebrew word perek, and it means to harshly, with severity. No Israelite was to make another Israelite serve them as a slave would serve, with rigor. Because rigor is the exact word that we see with the Egyptians, how they made the Israelites serve them. We know that this was slavery, but they are being told, don't, thou shalt not rule over your Israelite with rigor. But the Israelites is exactly what they were put under in the slavery of the Egyptians. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. But they're not to make them serve with rigor. An Israelite cannot make another Israelite serve with that rigor. But we know that the Egyptians made the children of Israel do that. So what was that? The Israelites were slaves in Egypt. Slaves. They were real slaves. So this must mean that if the Egyptians made them serve with rigor, as in slavery, you cannot do that to your Israelite servant. So the Israelites clearly were not allowed to make them serve as slaves. But it also says, ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear the God, for I am the Lord your God. You cannot oppress each other. So when actually analysed and understood in context and meaning, what we have here is a very clear condemnation of Israelite slavery by Israelites. The enslavement of one Israelite on another, that was total condemned. And we see that God is literally condemning the taking of one Israelite by another to be his slave. It was strictly forbidden to do so. So there is no acceptance by God of an Israelite enslaving another Israelite. God does not condone that slavery of one Israelite of another. And as we've seen, there's strict condemnation against it and laws that were put in place for the well-being of the servant, not the slave. Even those servants who would actually be more considered today as prisoners, or at least having financial debts. Now, there's also so we now need to look at the slavery of those other nations by the Israelites. What do we mean by that? The slavery of what Israelites did to other nations. Now, it could be argued that point one, as we've just looked at, the Israelite versus Israelite, only refers to the protection of Israelites and forbidding Israelites from making other Israelites their slaves. But what about Israelites having slaves from other nations? This often gets utilized. Nations that were not under the protection of God. What does the Bible say about the Israelites owning slaves from the other nations? A verse that is often used to prove that that God allowed that is Leviticus 24:44, which I brought up. It should be actually Leviticus 25:44. Sorry, this one. Yeah. Both thy bondmen and thy bondsmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are around about you. Of them shall you buy bondmen and bondmaids. Wow. Okay, so here we go. You can buy those. They have to be from the nations around. They have to be from the opposite nations, the opposing nations, and then you can buy and sell them. Is that what God is saying? The assumption here is that the Israelites were allowed to take slaves from other nations and buy and sell them. And I suppose if we're just taking that verse, then maybe if we've already understood that the Bible condones slavery, or we haven't looked at all of those other verses that we've looked at, maybe you could make this verse say exactly what you're trying to make it say, that that slavery is perfectly acceptable. But what happens when we actually investigate this verse and put it in context, and then look at what else the Bible has to say? We can't take this verse just on its own. The context, this verse is found in context. It has a context. And you have to ignore that context in order to make this verse state what you're trying to make it state, because you're only reading this verse alone, not the context of the verse, not looking at all of that condemnation that we've already seen, all that protection for servants, as we would put employee. I would actually rather state now. But let's look at this now. The verse does not say that the Israelites could go out into other nations and simply take anyone that they wished from among those other nations and make them their slaves. That's not what it says. Neither does it say that the Israelites could sell these strangers to other Israelites. So they can't, or anyone else, basically. So you can't just go out into the nations, take someone, bring them back, and then sell them to your neighbor. That's not what this verse says. This is all reading this into the verse, because you're reading slavery into it. Then this is very clearly contrary to the condemnation that we've already seen. The condemnation would now have to be totally ignored or misunderstood, and even to start making this verse state that. So what does it mean? Why doesn't it mean what has been read into this verse? Reading into verses, preconceived beliefs or understanding is not how we should do proper biblical scholarship. Neither is it the way that the biblical doctrine should be ascertained. In order to understand the meaning, we have to understand a little about the culture of the Israelites. Now, it was quite possible, quite common, in fact, because of the purpose of the Israelites, seeing as they were to be a light unto the nations, unto the Gentiles, for a stranger to, or someone from a foreign nation, one of the nations about the Israelites, a Gentile, who would want to come and join the Israelites and become part of Israel. So they are coming from another nation. And this is the whole point. When we understand as well, when we go back and we look at what the Israelites were meant to be, they were a light unto the nation. They were meant to, other nations were meant to see this God and go, I want to go and join that. Look at what he is doing with his people. My God doesn't do this. I want to go and join Israel. That's the point of Israel. The nations are meant to look at that, be a light and shone and go, I want to go and join that. So this happened. People would leave their nations and they would come to Israel and say, I want to be part of Israel. I want a piece of this God. What happens then, though? Right? Because the land is given out. It's already there. There's only a set amount of land. And the land is divided between the Israelites who are in the land. So you have the nations, the people from other nations, they're coming into Israel and they're going, I want to join Israel. What happens now? Where do they go? They are going to have to join Israel in a certain way. They're going to have to become part of Israel. But they don't have any land in order to go into. So God has given provisions for that. As the stranger would have no tribal affiliation. They had no right to any of the land or the property within Israel because this has been divided between the Israelites. They weren't a proper a bloodline Israelite. Now, we're looking to actually becoming a bloodline Israelite because that is possible. But they had no provisions, they had no possessions. So in order to be able to survive in the land of Israel, they would have to align themselves with one of the Israelite families. They would sell themselves into that family, meaning that they would come and work in that family. They would become part of that Israelite family. They're going to become an employee in that family, basically. And they are going to work for the family. And you'll see, we'll look into that and we'll see that now. But they would also become part of that family. Right? They weren't just to be an employee. They would actually become part of that family. They would become a servant of the Israelites, but of that family, but in no difference really than what another child, a child of the man, of the father would be, because they're servants. They would look after their father's vineyard. They would look after their father's land. And this is what's going to happen with these these heathen nations, that the people that come in, they're going to join with a family. They're going to become part of that family. They're going to work for that family. They're going to be fed by that family. They're going to be paid by that family, looked after and become part of. So they also had specific rights as members of that family. They were to be treated as members of that family. So what we'll see now, they were certainly not allowed to become, they were not slaves. So let's have a look at this. Right. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of the families that are with you, which they beget in your land, and they shall be your possession. This is a scary word as well. Tungji, wasn't the heathen slaves considered property to be passed down? Yeah, we're going to get to that now, like possession, like a property. I'll show you this now, and how that's not what is being referred to in the Bible at all. So it's important that we get to address that. But that is a really important part. We're going to get to that right now, almost now, and explain what that actually means. Right. So. Okay, so moreover of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you. So these are strangers that are sojourning, they're living amongst you. Of them shall you buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land. And they shall be your possession, right? This is a scary word. And ye shall, in some versions, you will see they will literally be your property. That's not what that word means in the Hebrew at all. And you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you. Oh, they are going to become the possession of the children. Their children are going to possess them. They're going to have them forever because they're going to become their inheritance. So as the children grow up, they get to have these slaves and work for them. To inherit them as a possession, they shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. So the misunderstanding or the misrepresentation of the passage is quite staggering what most people do with this, because it in no way states that an Israelite can buy or sell slaves. It's not. It just isn't saying that. So again, we're going to delve into that passage and give a proper explanation of what that really means. Now, notice that this is specifically talking about the strangers that sojourn amongst you, right? Moreover, of the strangers that do sojourn. So it's the strangers that are living with them. So this is specifically talking about the strangers that sojourn with them. So it's not talking about this passage is not talking about the nations, the heathen nations that are living elsewhere. This is the strangers that have come into Israel. Specifically, they are sojourning, they are living with Israel. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn with you, verse 45. This means that they were living in Israel as part of Israel. So we're not talking about anybody else. These strangers had already aligned themselves with Israel, or with an Israelite family. But like I said, they don't have part of the land. This isn't their land, so they've happened to come in and aligning themselves with a family in order to survive there. Because it's not like you can just go down to and work in the local newsagent down the road or your local supermarket, because that's not we don't have that in Israel. So they have to. You can't just build a house because that's somebody else's land, because it's all being divided out. So you can't just come in and say, I'm going to build a land over in this free land, because there is no free land now. So they have to be looked at somehow. These have got to come in and be joined with another family. It doesn't mean that they can take slaves. That would mean that you're stealing a person, which we've already seen is not allowed. Now, there is a subtlety that many, I would say most, would actually miss here in verse 45. It specifically says that it is of the children, right, of the strangers that sojourn among you, that you may buy. We're not talking about the sojourner, the one that is already living with you. We're talking about the children of the strangers that do sojourn with you. So we already have sojourners, right? They're already living in the land. Then we have the children of them. So when they produce children, what happens to them? What happens to those children? We've narrowed this down. This is the reference in this verse, in this passage. We are talking about the children of the sojourner. And it's also an important detail that the children could only be bought. Right? Of them ye buy. We're not talking about selling. It's only about buying. There is no mention of these children being sold by the Israelites at all. It's only the buying. This is not giving permission for the Israelites to simply buy and sell the children of these strangers who are living in Israel to other Israelites without the permission of these children or the strangers of whom the children were. But surely, if an Israelite is buying, then somebody is selling. So although this doesn't specifically say that the Israelites could sell the children of the stranger, logically, this must be allowed if the Israelite can buy. So if you can buy, you must be able to sell. But that's wrong. It doesn't mean that at all. It is not actually the Israelite that is doing the selling. The Hebrew word translated as children here is bene, meaning sons, the offspring. And this is not a reference to little children, but the offspring of the strangers. The Israelites themselves being called the children, they are called the children of Israel. Bene has the same word. So this could refer to a person of any age. This isn't the tiny little children. All this actually means is that their service of the stranger's offspring could also be bought by the Israelites. And that son of the stranger would then work for their Israelite family just as their parents did, and they would also become part of Israel. Right now, you have, let's put it this way. You, as an Israelite, this stranger has come in and wants to become part of Israel. And you've agreed that you're going to allow this Israelite, this Philistine or whatever, Moabite or whatever particular nation, they've come in and you've agreed that they're going to become part of your family and they're going to work for you. And you have to pay them, you have to give them food, you have to give them raiment, you have to look after them. Now they have a child. You didn't agree to that child, right? You didn't agree that you were then going to provide and look after that child. What happens to the child? He's not part of Israel. He's the child of this sojourner. Now that child technically needs to be looked after. If it's going to live in Israel, what happens to it? Well, that child could leave if it wanted to, because it's not an Israelite. It could go back to its nation. You cannot stop that from happening. If the child wants to leave, then that's fine. But you now have a child that you now have to look after, because that is part of your servant, the one who is your servant that is working for you. They've had a child, but you didn't agree to that. So what can happen is that you can buy that child. You can agree for that child to come and work for you. And now you can say, right, I am going to accept you as part of my family. Right? You're the child of my servant. I don't have to accept you because I didn't agree to you. But now I'm going to buy you and I'm going to allow you to come and work for me. I'm going to look after you. I'm going to, you can work for me and you can become part of this family. And you can stay here with your parents, because they're going to continue on working for me, because that's what we've agreed to. And now I'm going to take you on as well. So you are now looking after this child, as well as the family, the sojourner that has come in to you, which you've agreed to. Now you've agreed to buy this child as well, and they're going to become part of your family. Now, the claim about the possession of the Israelites. So that is usually stated that this is an indication that they were being viewed as slaves because they're being owned by that person. And they have a word that a lot of people have that a problem with that word possession. And like I say, it is translated as property in some translations, such as the NIV and the ESV. It's not in the KJV. It says possession there, as you can see. But in many other translations, it does render this as property. But the Hebrew word akuza doesn't mean that, and they've translated it wrong. It means a possession. But it does not mean a possession of that somebody owns something else. As it means that they possess it. It is theirs, right? They are in possession of something. If I possess something, it is something that I have. But it doesn't mean that they are being made a slave. That's reading that into the verse. You can be in the possession of something and not be the one that owns it. Like the Israelites actually possessed the land of Israel, but they didn't own the land of Israel. It doesn't belong to them. It belongs to God. They're just in possession of it. They have it because they're given it. And in Leviticus, you see that God says, the land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine. So when they sold the land, this is where we go back to the Jubilee. When they sold the land, at the end of the 50 years, it had to go back to whoever it belonged to originally, because the land doesn't belong to them. You're strangers and sojourners with me in my land. You are the Israelites. All right? And in the land of your possession, you shall grant a redemption for the land. You're possessing it, but it's not yours. It's mine, for the land is mine. You possess it. God owns the land. The Israelites possessed it. It was never owned by the Israelites. So when we go back and look at verses 45 and 46 in more detail, what we will see is that God, this is really important. This is a really important thing that now we're going to explain. Rather than subjecting the stranger to be a slave forever, was actually protecting the stranger forever. He was protecting the stranger from being homeless and jobless in the land of Israel, where they had no portion of land themselves. So when it says that they are your possession, they had to be handed down to the sons. So when the father died, the sons couldn't just go, well, that you were my dad's. You were my dad's servant. I don't want you. Go, leave. Well, that leaves that person homeless, without anything. The possession, they're your possession. You have to now. You will look after these forever. Your children will make sure that these people are well looked after. They're part of your family. You cannot just kick them out. So when it says that they're an inheritance, they're an inheritance for your children, and they are your possession, you are in possession of them because they have agreed to work for you. You have agreed that they will come and work for you. You cannot allow them to leave just because the father died. The children must also inherit them as their servant. They will serve them. They will continue on doing so. It's not the opposite way round. It's not that the person is the slave of this person and their possession. It is that the Israelite has to continue on looking after the servant even after the father dies. The children must continue on doing that. That's the what is being stated in this verse. During the year of the Jubilee, as we've seen, all debts were cancelled and all the servants were free to go back to their own families. So all the Israelite servants went back to their own families and all the debts were cancelled. They went back to their land and their own homes. But these sojourners, they didn't have any land to go back to. So what happens? You free them after 50 years. Where do they go? Where do their children go? They don't have. They got nowhere to go. You can't kick these out on the Jubilee. You can't make them leave. They're to stay with you because they're your possession forever. You've agreed to look after this sojourner, and forever, including your children, you will continue on to look after these sojourners that are with you. They don't have any land or families to go back to. They don't want to go back to their own land. They're here in Israel with you. You've promised to look after them, to give them a job, to feed them, to have them in your home, part of your family. They've had children. You have to look after those. You've agreed now to look after those children. You're going to agree. You have to do that. But when you die and your children grow up, they can't just say, well, no, I don't want you anymore. They have to continue on looking after them, providing for them, keeping them in the house. But then at the Jubilee, you can't just kick them out at the 50th year either. Of course, if they want to leave, then you can't compel them to stay. But if they've agreed to stay with you, you cannot just make them leave. So that the command of God that they are your possession forever, they are in your an inheritance. You are inheriting that servant. You have to continue on looking after them. It's a command that the stranger would be looked after forever, not that they would have to serve as a slave forever. It was a safeguard for the stranger, not the opposite way around. It wasn't so that the Israelites could keep these as slaves. These people, they weren't to release the stranger at the year of Jubilee, because that was going to make them destitute. They couldn't just kick them out at any point because they wanted to, and their children couldn't. They were not relinquished from looking after these servants, these strangers. They weren't freed because you've died. Your children have to look after them. That's what it means. It was the responsibility of the Israelite to look after them forevermore. To continue on looking after the stranger. And it would not cease at the Jubilee, and it would not cease at your death. That responsibility would be passed down from Israelite father to Israelite son. The law obligated the son to continue on allowing that stranger to sojourn with them, to be their servant, to continue on being. I'd rather say employee, but it's certainly not slave. They were under their care and protection. Now, it also must be noted that back in verse 39 and 40 of Leviticus 25, the Israelite brother is stated to not serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant and a sojourner. The Israelite is not allowed to be treated as a bondservant, but as a hired servant and a sojourner. So the Israelite has to be treated in the same way as the sojourner. So once we know how a hired servant is treated, not as a slave, once we know how the Israelite is to be treated, not as a slave, then we say the Israelite has to be treated in the same way as the sojourner. So if the Israelite isn't to be treated as a slave, we know that the sojourner was not meant to be treated as a slave. They had to be They had to be treated equally, not slavery. And there we go. And if thy brother dwelleth with thee, be waxen poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant. But so you have to treat your Israelite brother who sold himself unto you as a hired servant and as a sojourner. How do you treat a sojourner? As a slave? No, because that's not what the Israelites were allowed to treat each other as, slaves. Now, the Hebrew word translated as sojourner is toshab, and it means just somebody that is basically come in from a foreign nation. It's somebody that's living amongst them. So once we know how the Israelite is to be treated, we know that we can apply that to the sojourner as well, because if we know how the sojourner is to be treated, we know how the Israelite is to be treated. If we know how the Israelite is to be treated, we know how the sojourner is to be treated, because it's circular. They have to be treated as the same. So if one's a slave, both are a slave. We've already seen that the Israelite is not a slave, but a employee. So that is the exact same way as what the sojourner is, because it's and as a sojourner. That's how you treat them. So there is a command to love the stranger as yourself and not to vex him. He was to be as one born among them. So, and then God also reminded the Israelites that they were once strangers in Egypt, which is something that he reminded them on many occasions, actually, throughout the New Old Testament. Is constant reminder that you were once a slave, you were once a stranger in Egypt. Remember this. Constantly, God is reminding them this. And if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, you shall not vex him. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be as one born among you, and you shall love him as yourself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Constantly, God is telling them that they had to love, to not vex the stranger, to love the stranger, to look after them. The law constantly gives us that they were not to be treated as slaves. Now, the Hebrew word for vex is the word yana, and it means to oppress or to mistreat somebody. So very clearly, the stranger was not to be mistreated. And in Exodus 23:9, also thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for you know the heart of a stranger, seeing you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Don't oppress them. Oppress is the Hebrew word lachatz, and it means to oppress or to squeeze something, like, you're getting everything out of them. You're not to do that. Yet again, the oppression of the stranger is forbidden by law. We see God commanding that the Israelite love the stranger, to give him clothing, to give him food. Also, again, the reminder of the Israelites being strangers in Egypt is repeated in Deuteronomy 10:17. This is just throughout the law, throughout the Old Testament law. For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty and terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and the widow, and loveth the stranger. God loves the stranger in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Constant reminder. You were strangers. Love the stranger. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God. Thou shalt serve, and thou shalt thou cleave to him and swear by his name. God loves a stranger. He gives him food, gives him raiment. You love the stranger. That's what he told the Israelites constantly throughout their law. And God warns of that any oppression of the stranger would eventually lead to death. It might be obvious, but I'll point out that God again made the statement that the Israelites were strangers in Egypt. Exodus 22:21. Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. I'm going to remind you constantly that you were strangers in Egypt. You were slaves. You're not going to do this to anybody else. This is not what I have freed you from that slavery for. You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry, and my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. There's punishment for this. Furthermore, any servant that fled from his master to another Israelite family was to be kept safe by that Israelite family, and he wasn't to be returned back. So if one fled from his master for whatever reason, that stranger must be looked after in the family that he's gone to. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. Because the Israelites were engaging in this, the oppression, even though they were told not to, the Israelites did engage in that. But God has put in his law protection against that, should that happen. So if he escapes from his master and flee unto you, he shall dwell with you, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of your in the gates, where it liketh him best, where he feels like that's the best for him. So if he leaves his master and he wants to go and find another one, for whatever reason, if he's escaped from him, but he doesn't want to go back, then he can choose where he wants to go. And you shall not oppress him. So the constant here, the law is protecting these people. And if the Israelites went against that, there were still other laws that then protected them against that. So again, this was to protect the servant. This cannot in any way constitute slavery. All this can mean is that there is very clear condemnation of a stranger being made to serve with rigor, or any other way that an Israelite servant, in a different way than an Israelite servant, who was not to be served to serve with rigor. That is not slavery. That is not the same type of chattel slavery that we will all agree, or we should all agree, is vile and not allowed, not acceptable, and something that should never have happened, should never have been allowed to happen. But it did happen. But that is not what the Bible is condoning. The Bible does not allow that. And those that use the Bible in order to prove it did so for their own benefit. Now, the stranger was even able to obtain wealth via his master, to the extent that an Israelite who was poor, right? So an Israelite who is poor could sell themselves unto the stranger. The Israelite could be redeemed from that servitude to that sojourner at any time by an Israelite's family. So if like you were poor and you sold yourself to a stranger, right? You're going to come and help the stranger in that family. You could be redeemed by any member of your family by buying you back, basically. But you could be redeemed from that. But they were into the point where they could specifically work for a stranger. And that's the passage there. And if a sojourner or stranger wax rich by these, so the strangers, these slaves, apparently, they could actually become rich by their master. And thy brother that dwelleth by him wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family. And after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him. So we see this is not the same understanding of slavery. And I'll leave that up there for a second, because you can read. Basically, you can. I'll leave that there a sec. I'm just figuring out where we are and how much longer we've got. So basically we've come to the third part. Now we're coming to the slavery by the other nations of the Israelites. Okay, so we have the slavery by the other nations of the Israelites, or another nation. Okay, so the Bible, as stated at the start of this study, does not hide away from the fact of slavery. Slavery did happen in the ancient Near East. It did happen. We know it happened. It's well documented and recorded within the Bible itself. But again, the fact that slavery is recorded in the Bible in no way supports the sanctioning of it. It's recording. It's a descriptive text, not a prescriptive text, as we've already looked at. Now, we know the Israelites were servants in Egypt. The slavery that was imposed upon the Israelites would be understood far more like chattel slavery of the transatlantic slave trade. They were afflicted. They had taskmasters set over them. Their lives were made bitter with hard bondage, and they were forced to serve with rigor. So let's have a look at that. Now, there arose up a new king over Egypt, which did not know Joseph. And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. And it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us. And so get them up out of the land. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel serve with rigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they were made to serve was with rigor. So clearly, we now know that the Bible does talk about slavery, proper slavery, rigor slavery, real slavery, where they're being made to serve without, being given proper food, clothes, raiment, all of that type of stuff. The type of slavery that we understood or we understand from the transatlantic slave trade, that type of slavery, that's what the Israelites were in. But none of this was ever imposed on those that served in Israel, whether Israelites or the stranger. The language that is used to describe the slavery of the Israelites is never used for those that were servants in Israel. In fact, it is quite the opposite, with much of the same language being used to describe that what is forbidden in the law. There are numerous texts that condemn the mistreating of the stranger. They were not to be slaves, but servants, hired servants, who were to be looked after, to be treated well by their masters. That's not what happened during the transatlantic slave trade. They were not treated well. That was slavery. The Israelites were in slavery in Egypt. That's not what was happening with these with the strangers and with the other Israelites. Slavery is the wrong terminology. When correctly understood, there are simply no verses that condone the enslavement of strangers, Israelites, or anyone in the Bible. But there is so basically what we've seen now, and we're not far away from finishing. But there's one specific verse that I want to address. But when it comes to slavery, we have it depicted in the Bible. We know that slavery happened. Other nations put people into slavery. Joseph was put into slavery. The Israelites were put into slavery. But when it comes to what was allowed for the Israelites under the law, they were never allowed to own people in the sense of that they become theirs, and that they are allowed to mistreat them, that they are allowed to sell them onto other people without the consent of the people that they're selling. So they would go from one. They might be go from one family to another, but it's under the consent because they want to go, and that they were to be looked after forever. The Israelites were allowed they could sell themselves basically when they were in poverty, or because they were being punished, and they could work for wives as well, as we've already seen. But it's not this. It's not slavery. But there is one passage, one verse, which is found in Exodus, which is often used. This one. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. So this verse is often used to show that a servant could beat his a master could beat his servant, and if he died, then the master was to be punished for that. But if he doesn't die, if the servant doesn't die, then it's perfectly okay. That's just part and parcel, because he's not to be punished. But again, we do have to analyze the text, and it just doesn't mean what it is being asserted. It could mean that a master could just beat up his slave as they wished and whenever they felt like it. This one verse is actually in a section of the Bible dealing with different personal injuries and their punishments. And we must put it back into the context, the correct context that it was taken from, and not simply take this as a standalone verse. Corrective punishment, not just of that of servants, but of all of those that lived in Israel, was part of Israel. So there was corrective punishment. It was part of the culture, the part of who the Israelites were. Years and years ago, even in schools here in England, I don't know about anywhere else, but in England, luckily not during my time, but in past times, the teacher in school was allowed to give the cane to naughty children, or they could, hit them on the hands with a ruler, or they used to take off their shoe and they were allowed to hit the child with the shoe. This was legal. It was part of something. I mean, it wasn't involved in slavery or anything like that, but it was a corrective punishment. It was allowed. You could, smacking, parents were allowed to hit the child on the bum if the child was naughty. It's not really allowed today, but that was it was something that I grew up with, that was allowed. You could basically, corrective punishment was allowed. Now we have to understand that in Israelite culture there is no prison system, so there is a corrective punishment back then that is allowed. So we have corrective punishments that were given to criminals, to people that were that did things wrong. Rather than going to prison and stuff, you have corrective punishment, and that's what took place. And so we see that in Deuteronomy 25:1, if there be a controversy between men and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. So we're talking about the wicked. We're not just talking about anybody random at all. We're talking about the wicked. That if you're wicked, and it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, and with this understanding of to be beaten is to be corrected, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number of stripes, basically. So you'd given they would hit you as a corrective punishment. Now, whether we agree with that or not is part of that kind of culture at the time. Like I say, they don't have prisons at this specific time, and when somebody does something wrong that doesn't involve the death penalty, because they have the death penalty as well. Remember that. So there are places in this world that still have the death penalty. So this is a time when death penalty is part and parcel of the law and part and parcel of their culture. And if you were to do something that was worthy because you were wicked, maybe you stole something rather than selling yourself, you were condemned and you were given punishment, a corporate a not corporal punishment. It's the punishment of I can't even think of the word of it now. Anyway, but there's the death penalty, and then there's punishment, which doesn't involve going to prison because there isn't prison, so you're punished in other ways. But it is only the wicked. It's only those that are wicked. You're not just. This isn't a something that is allowed to be done to just anyone. It is a punishment. And so this isn't allowing corrective punishment for, not picking enough cotton or for not being strong enough to carry something from one place to another. This is that's abuse. When somebody does that is physical abuse. That's not something that is allowed. This is specifically when the wicked that were judged to be deserving of corrective punishment. And it has to be highlighted that there's no prison system. So we must note that the verse clearly states that the judge shall cause him to lie down and be beaten before his face. This then would clearly indicate that the master could not just administer the corrective punishment as and when he wished. They had to go to the judges and show that this person was worthy of the punishment that they were going to administer. And it would have to be that the judges allowed that to happen. So you couldn't just say, well, you've done something wrong, poof, and hit them. You'd have to take them before the judges. And then it would have to be understood what they've done. Is this worthy of a punishment? And then it would be administered. So you're not just allowed to just beat somebody for the sake of beating them. The master had to take that servant before the judges. And it would be the judges that decided on the punishment. And then that would be administered. Now, the verse in question deals with the misuse and abuse of that corrective punishment. If the master was to use such corrective punishment that the servant died, then that would be considered murder. So the master would be then punished as a murderer, as it states. Right? And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. So if the man has a servant and beats him with a stick, and the servant die, then he has to be punished. Now, if the servant has died, what is that? That's murder. What does murder constitute? Murder constitutes a death penalty. So he would have to be put to death. Now, the punishment for murder, like I say, is the death penalty. So this is the eye for an eye type thing. So if the master murdered his servant, he is to be punished with that death as well. Now, if the master beats his servant, correctively punishment, and he doesn't die immediately, then this would not be classed as murder, and the master would not therefore be punished with the death penalty. So that's what's being stated. So if he doesn't die immediately from the beating, this is not to be classified as murder. So he wouldn't be punished with being a murderer, basically. But just 5 verses later, in the command that if the master was to cause any physical damage to their servant, then that servant was to be released from their servitude. And if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish. Sorry. If a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for the tooth's sake. So this is, we're not going to go into having if you hit him here, if he breaks a bone, we don't need every single different scenario. This is literally just stating that if you cause a physical damage to your servant, the servant is allowed to go. You cannot, this is servant. This is not saying that this is the sojourner. This is just a servant. Who is that be? Could be anyone. This is just a servant. So it could be the Israelite servant. It could be the servant that is serving you because they've already stolen from you, and they've got to come and serve you. It could be the sojourner. Could be any of these types of servants, because the servant is the same servant. Servant. That's the word that we have here, servant. Now, if a man injures his servant or his maidservant, then they can leave. They do not have to stay with them. As instant, basically, they can leave. And we've already seen that if they leave and they go off to another family, then that other family has to take them in. We've already seen that. So we have a servant being looked after, being told that you cannot beat your servants to the point of death, and if you cause any physical injury, they can leave you. You can't just beat your servant because they didn't work for you hard enough. This is corrective punishment. It's only if the wicked is, that word is really important. It's just a way of protecting the servant now. And we're not talking about any specific servant. We're just talking about servant. The punishment could only be administered once when it was allowed through the judges had to authorize that. And so, yeah, if you beat your servant to the point of death, you're going to be put to death. If you cause any physical injury, permanent kind of injury to that person, then they can leave as well. Now, I know it's been quite a long time, and so we've done 2 hours, but there is a final verse that I want to deal with, that again deals with slavery, and it's specifically about the slavery, and it kind of goes along with rape, but it's this verse. Numbers in Numbers 31:17. Now therefore kill every male. So this is often utilized, that God allowed and sanctioned both the slavery and rape of women and children. So now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. But all the women, children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. So this is being used to say that they are allowed to take slaves, women and children, from the nations when they go into war, basically, and they've been instructed to kill, to destroy a particular place, city, nation, that they can then take the women and children for themselves, keep them alive and take them for yourselves. Is that what this is? Is that what is being stated? Again, we have to understand that we have to take this into the context of what we've already seen condemned, And then we have to understand this verse, and we have to put it in context, and we have to understand the specifics of what the verse is saying. Now, this verse is actually utilized against me a lot. When specifically when I'm engaging with like atheists, they'll use this verse that that God allows and sanctions the keeping virgins basically and children. Now, the verse doesn't say in any way, shape, or form that there's going to be any rape going on at all. That's reading it into the text, and it's reading a command that isn't there. And I would point out that the one making the claim and the response is usually along the lines of, well, that's what is meant by this verse. And the accuser merely makes the assertion that this is what the verse means without actually providing any proof, because you're not going to find any rape or of these women and children that are taken. So it has to be asserted, but that's what it means, of course. I think it says much about the person making the claim that they would freely input that wild imagination into their preconceived beliefs into the verse, rather than trying to attempt to understand what the verse is actually saying. Now, it is my own personal experience that most people who make the claim have not actually studied this particular passage in any great detail. And what they've done is really just taken the verse, or they've found an argument on an anti-theistic or anti-Christian website. But hey, what other possible explanation than God telling the Israelites to capture, imprison, and sexually abuse the virgin women could there be? Eh? Of course, that's what's being stated. Yeah. No, is the answer to that. There is much more logical and, quite frankly, biblically supported explanation, whether or not you want to see it or not. It can't go without saying that many, if not of all of the Israelite men, would have been married and had families of their own. To say that these men simply took these women as sex slaves, and it was specifically of the Midianite people, so their women would also imply that the Hebrew women would have been okay with this. Their wives would have been perfectly fine with them doing so. The men, it must be noted, would then also have been guilty of committing adultery, had they in fact had sex with these other women and taken them as their sex slave. But that was also something that God had condemned, adultery. So if that was allowed, then God would not only be condemning the rape of these children, women and children, but actually and slavery of them, but he'd also be condoning adultery in the process, which he's already condemned. So the accusations against God would now seem to be stacking up. We've now got that he allows adultery. But there is not one single verse, as stated, that in the entire Bible that actually states that the men did in fact take these women and children as their sex slaves, or that God did in fact command them to, or at least permit them to do so. To keep them alive for yourselves, that's what is being stated. That doesn't mean take them to be your sex slaves, to be your slaves. That's not what the verse says. The claim that the Bible condones this is based on the assumption of the way that you read in that text. The argument is one of circular reasoning, because you're reading it back into the text, applying that understanding formed through the assumption that it allows this, and you're reading it into the text. That's eisegesis. This is not the way that, again, biblical scholarship should be done, and it's nothing more than dishonest to do that. Apart from the fact that the verse does not say what it claims it does, there are a number of other problems with this understanding, if you can call it an understanding. Now, the major problem is the context. Context is vitally important when trying to ascertain correct biblical answers and understandings. The verse in Numbers 31 is not a standalone verse. These 17 and 18, they're not standalone. There's a context, again, an important context that helps create a correct understanding. We must read the Bible as a whole, not as individual texts. And then we make up our arguments, but they must align with all of what the Bible is saying, with all the information. Otherwise, we end up with these wild accusations. When interpreted correctly, the Bible itself explains why things are done, which would first seem evil and condemning against the Bible and God when a verse is taken out of that context, and are in fact evil and condemning when put, but they're not evil and condemning when they put back into their context. They become much more clear in the correct context in what they appear in the Bible. So that's what we're going to do with this verse, or this passage. So we have to understand some things that have gone on. The events of the story happened not long before Israel finally entered into the Promised Land. After they'd been wandering in the wilderness for 40 years due to their transgressions against God. They were at this time still wandering in the wilderness, being led by God, but in just a short time, they're going to enter into that promised land that God had promised them. The Israelites were told, like I say, by God, that they were told to go and vex the Midianites and smite them. So in Numbers 25:17, this is specifically stated. So we know that the Israelites were instructed to smite the Midianites. Now, the reason that they were instructed to do so is because of what the Midianites had done to them regarding the matter of Peor and the matter of Cosbi. Now, which we find out in the very next verse. For they vex you with their wiles, wherefore they have beguiled you in the matter of Peor and the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of the prince of Midian, their sister, which was slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake. So we are given the biblical reason for the command. This was not a command to just go and commit genocide against a people. It's not what some people just state, that God just says, go and kill these people. Although all the men are stated as having been killed, right? The Midianites would show up again after this event. So we're not dealing literally with the whole nation of the Midianites for a start. Not all the Midianite men were killed, despite the apparent statement that they were. This was just certain tribes of the Midianites who were involved in the matters of Peor and in the matter of Cosbi, which we'll get to. There were many tribes of the Midianites who at the time of Moses were nomadic, and they were not part of the war. But all the Midianite men that Israel went to war with were killed. Now, before we go any further, we have to find exactly who the Midianites were. So the Midianites were actually the sons of Abraham through his wife Keturah. Then again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah, and she bare him Zimran and Jokshan and Medan and Midian. Right, and Ishbak and Shua as well, but Midian, who became the Midianites. So the Midianites were actually distant relatives of the Israelites through Abraham. So while not being Israelites, and so not the people of God, who God had chosen to be his people, the Midianites were actually Hebrews, because all of Abraham's children were Hebrews, just like the Israelites were, but they're not Hebrew Israelites, they're Hebrew Midianites. Because Abraham was a Hebrew and his children were all Hebrew. They then would have been, like I say, Hebrew Midianites. So we have the Hebrew Ishmaelites, we have the Hebrew Edomites. They're Hebrews because they come from Abraham, and Abraham was a Hebrew. So the Israelites came through Abraham's son Isaac, who he had with his first wife Sarah. Isaac had a son called Jacob, who would obviously become Israel, and that's how we get the Israelites. Now, before the story of the Midianites, before this story, the Midianites are seldom mentioned in the Bible. Just a few verses, just throughout the Bible. They were involved in the brothers of Joseph selling him into the Ishmaelites, who would take Joseph to Egypt and sell him. Isn't it Midianite and Ishmaelite used interchangeably? No. The that is a something that people do claim. Midianite and Ishmaelites are interchangeably. They're actually two different peoples, and I know what you're talking about because this is, well, we're actually going to kind of look at it a little bit now in the selling of Joseph. And lots of people actually utilize this to say that they're the same, and it's sometimes used as a contradiction as well. Who sold Joseph into Egypt? Was it the Midianites? Or was it the Ishmaelites? And many people actually, because the Bible says that he was sold into slavery by the Midianites, and he was sold into slavery by the Ishmaelites into Egypt, basically. So they're the same. But actually, I've done a study on that and shown how we get both of them having. So it's the Midianites who actually take Joseph from the pit that he was in. He was left in a pit by his brothers, and he was then sold by the Midianites. Rather than, you've got this guy that's in a ditch. They come across him, they take him out of the ditch. Rather than kind of letting him go and freeing him, they actually take him into bondage themselves. They take him, kidnap him, and then they sell him to the Ishmaelites. And then, as we're going to see now, actually, so then they're passed by Midianite merchantmen, and they drew up and lifted Joseph out of the pit. So this is the Midianites, and they sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites. So we clearly have two different distinction of people here: the Midianites and the Ishmaelites. But obviously, the Bible does say that in two different places that Joseph was sold by the Midianites, and he was also sold by the Ishmaelites. Now, the reason for that being is because the Midianites are being charged with that as well. So basically, like if like a crime boss gives the order for one of his henchmen to go and kill somebody. Right, he gives the order. He's a crime boss. He gives the order. Technically, the guy that goes and does the murder is the one that is the murderer. But the criminal mind, the leader, he is also accountable for that murder because he's the one that gave the order for that to be done. And so technically, they're both can be tried for murder. Or conspiracy to murder. I don't know the legal whether you could be tried specifically for murder in that case, if you pass that on. But what the Bible is doing here is the same way as what it does with Pontius Pilate with the scourging of Jesus. If you read in Matthew, it states that Pontius Pilate scourges Jesus. Well, he doesn't do it himself. He gives the authority for Jesus to be scourged. And this is the same here. The Bible is holding people accountable for their actions. So the Midianites, they took Joseph out of the pit that his brothers had put him into, because they wanted him dead. They tried to kill Joseph, but the Midianites found him. They took him from the pit, and then they sold him to the Ishmaelites. And so here, both the Midianites and the Ishmaelites are being basically blamed for Joseph going off into slavery into Egypt. So they're two different peoples, but they're both accountable for what they did in exactly the same way as Pontius Pilate. And we also see that Paul accuses the Jews of having killed Jesus, even though they didn't physically do it. The charge is put onto them because they said, we want Jesus to be killed. They handed him over to the Romans, and then the Romans obviously killed him. But they don't get to wipe their hands. The blood is not wiped off of their hands. It's not. They are accountable for it, such as the Midianites, who just sold Joseph off to the Ishmaelites. Well, Joseph ended up in slavery in Egypt. And so actually, both of them are being held accountable. You, Midianites, you should have just allowed him to go. You saved him from the pit. But now you've sold him. So you're accountable for that. And so the Ishmaelites who actually did the selling are accountable as well. Now, hopefully that kind of explains that a little bit. So we know that Moses actually went to Midian after he killed the Egyptian. He fled out of Egypt because the Pharaoh had wanted him to be killed, and he fled to the land of Midian. So when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses, but Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he actually took a wife from the Midianites. And Moses went to contend to dwell with the man, and he gave Moses Zipporah, his daughter. I have missed it. Again, I've missed another verse. So in Exodus 2:15, it says, "Now, oh no, that's right. He gave his daughter, the man that in Midian, he gave his daughter Zipporah, his daughter to Moses. Now we know that Zipporah was the daughter of a Midianite priest named Jethro, who was the father-in-law of Moses. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. And he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came unto the mountain of God, even to Horeb. And Moses was in Midian for 40 years before he was called back by God to go back into Egypt and then free the Israelites from Egypt, basically. So he left Egypt. So he was 40 years old when he left after killing. He saw that the Egyptian smiting one of his brothers, one of the Israelites. He killed the Egyptian, and then he fled because he was going to be killed by Pharaoh. So he fled into Midian. He then had a Midian wife from the land of Midian, and then he eventually obviously went back into Egypt. So we know who the Midianites are and their relationship to the Israelites. So the context of the story where we find the command to spare the women and children starts back in verse number 1 of chapter 31. The Israelites went to war with the Midianites as instructed. Basically, they were to avenge the children of Israel. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, "Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterward they shalt thou be gathered unto thy people." And Moses spake unto the people, saying, "Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianites and avenge the Lord of Midian." So they were going to avenge something that the Midianites had done to the Israelites. They were going to avenge that. That's what they were told to do. Now notice that they were to avenge the Lord of Midian. The Midianites were relatives of the Israelites, and the Lord is called the Lord of Midian. Right? The Lord of Midian. Avenge the Lord, Yahweh of Midian. That Lord there in that verse is Yahweh, or however you want to say it, Jehovah or the Tetragrammaton. It doesn't matter how you want to say it. It is that it's the Hebrew name for God, and He is the Lord of Midian, and that's going to become relevant in a moment. So Moses commanded Israel to go to war via the command of God. Now 1,000 men from each tribe went to war with the Midianites. 12,000 men in total from Israel. Of every tribe, 1,000 throughout the tribes of Israel shall ye send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel, 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. The Israelites won the war with the Midianites and slew, meaning that they killed, all the men of Midian, those that they are going to war with, the specific tribes that they went to war with. And that included the kings of Midian. And Balaam was amongst those that were killed. And they warred against the Midianites as the Lord, Yahweh, Tetragrammaton, whatever, commanded Moses, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, besides the rest of them that were slain, namely Evi and Rechem and Zur and Hur and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. Balaam also, the son of Beor, they slew with the sword. However, the Israelites returning from the war had saved, not killed, the women of Midian. They had taken them captive along with the children, plus the spoil of their cattle, flocks, and goods. And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captives and their little ones, and they took spoil of all their cattle and all their flocks and all their goods. This was not the command that was given. There was no instruction to bring back these captives. Captive, although so often asserted otherwise, does not mean slave, and it certainly does not mean a sex slave. It means prisoner. The Hebrew word used here is shabah, and it means to take captive, as a captive. The women were taken as prisoners, and it is possible to make a prisoner a slave, and even use them for the purposes of sex, but the term captive itself does not indicate that. Doesn't necessitate it. Any assertion to the contrary is not supported by the text, and so is not in any way biblically supported. It's a non sequitur. Moses, after he sees that they have kept the women alive, asks them why they had done so. And Moses said unto them, why have you saved these women alive? After all, as Moses explained, it was the same women who had caused the children of Israel to commit trespass against the Lord, which had been the cause of the plague amongst the people of Israel, not long before the war itself. This is the reason for the war, because the women of Midian had come to the children of Israel and caused the children of Israel to commit whoredom. That's what the Midianites had done. Behold, these caused the children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam, to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor, and there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. So because of the actions of these Midianites coming to them, causing them to, because of Balaam told them to go, the women of Midian to go and do it. They poured out themselves to these children, to the Israelites, which meant that they were transgressing the law of God, which then brought a plague amongst the congregation of the Lord. He punished the Israelites for this. Now notice that Moses states that it was through the counsel of Balaam, who we know was also killed in that war, as he specifically named as being killed. So Balaam was killed for his part of this transgression. that the women caused the children of Israel to trespass. Balaam will become relevant to the backstory of the events as we progress, and to the eventual idolatry of Israel. So Moses ordered that all the women be killed who had known a man by lying with him. In other words, kill all the non-virgins, sparing all the virgins for themselves. And it is that order that is obviously being used against God in order to show his immorality. Now, what is extremely important to note here is that this was the command of Moses. This was not the command of God. This was not the command that God had commanded the Israelites, nor had he told Moses to do so. He didn't tell Moses to say, save all the women, save the women. That's not what God commanded him at all. It was Moses who ordered the killing of the male children and the women who were not virgins to be spared. All right, so this is Moses saying, now therefore kill every male among the little ones and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. Now some people will claim that that's another evil act, that is that the testing of the virginity of the women. In reality, this is just another straw man argument based on their reading into the text, things that they assumed were happening that we're not told. There was no test of virginity, and the Israelites didn't go and check the virginity of the women. You know, how we all know how they would have to check the virginity of a woman if you want to that's quite time consuming if you're going to check every single woman in that way. And in reality, there is much more likely that the Israelites simply found the women that were unmarried and the children of an age that they would not have been married. All right. The ancient Near East cultures, women who were married would have been quite easily recognizable by the attire that they adorned. So women who were married wore different clothing than women that were free to be married, basically. They were virgins. They hadn't been betrothed yet. So it would have been very recognizable which ones were married, and so very unlikely to be virgins, and those that were virgins because they were unmarried. And you would be able to do this through the telling of what they were actually wearing at the time. Now, there probably wasn't any exact science behind it, and maybe not all the virgins were spared and not all the non-virgins were killed. That's probably not what happened, but if you've kind of got this way of being able to tell by you looking and saying, right, well, they're wearing this particular attire, it's much more likely that the majority of those were spared were virgins, and the opposite way that were killed were non-virgins. Because you're going by attire now, rather than specifically by going and checking physically whether the women are virgins. That's not what the text is saying. But in order to understand the statement of Moses regarding the event of Peor, we need to go back to the event of the matter of Peor itself and investigate the details of what actually happened, why this event happened in the first place. The event that Moses refers to in Numbers, chapters 24 and 25. So that's where it's found, in Numbers 24 and 25. It is here that we find the story that brought great shame upon the nation of Israel. One that would actually go down in infamy and would forever be a source of humiliation for the people of Israel. And it's still remembered today, this event. You ask an Israelite, they will know a Jew, a real Jew. You ask them, they will know this event. This is a very, very famous event, and actually one that they still hold in shame for what actually happened. So the Midianites had convinced the Moabites in order to come against the children of Israel, and then had successfully seduced them into idolatry, which would bring about the war and the events that we're now dealing with. we see that the people of Israel began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. Numbers 25:1. And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. The Hebrew translated as whoredom is zana, or harlotry. So the people were going astray with women of Moab. And we shall come back to these women again in a bit. We know by Numbers 25, verse 6, that the women of Midian were specifically involved in the seduction. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses, and in the sight of the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. We even see that it was an Israelite who held high respect, who had engaged in the act with the Midianite woman. Zimri, the son of Salu, a prince of the chief house, was slain along with Cosbi. This is where Cosbi comes in, the Midianite woman who was from a chief house in Midian. Numbers 25:14. Now the name of the Israelite that was slain, even that was slain with the Midianite woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, the prince of the chief house among the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianite woman that was slave was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur. He was head over a people in a chief house in Midian. The Midianite women also caused the people to sacrifice to their gods and bow down to them. So they were making the Israelites do this. This was clear violation of the commandment not to have any other gods before Yahweh. Israel joined itself to Baal Peor, which brought about the anger of God, and as we've seen, was then the plague came about because of it. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods. And the people did eat and bowed down to their gods. And Israel joined himself to Baal Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against them. Now, Baal Peor was an ancient Near East god, worshipped by a number of nations, including the Moabites and the Midianites. God commanded that all the Israelites who had joined themselves with Baal Peor, that they were to be killed. And this punishment was only for the Israelites who had engaged in that idolatrous act. Those who were not engaged in that, they were not punished. Punishment was only administered to those who had deserved that punishment. The innocent were spared. And this was so that the anger of the Lord would be turned from Israel because of its idolatry. And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, slay ye every one his man that were joined unto Baal Peor. So this is only dealing with those specific people. 24,000 Israelites died in the plague that came upon Israel because of it, because of that idolatry. And those that died in the plague were 24,000. The plague was finally stayed when the Midianite woman, Cosbi, and the Israelite man were killed by Phinehas. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand. And he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. So when these were killed, the plague was stopped. The Israelite men who were slain in the plague were not innocent. It was only the guilty parties who had committed idolatry who were punished for that idolatry. And that's important to ascertain the details that had led up to the act of the Israelites being led into that idolatry. For this, we need to go back again, just a couple of chapters, to Numbers chapter 22 and 23. And it is here that we are introduced to Balaam. Balaam was procured by Balak, the king of Moab, to curse Israel. At this time, the Israelites were camped in the plains of Moab, ready to cross over the river Jordan. This was after wandering in the desert for 40 years. And it was also not long before the war depicted in Numbers 31, and not long before they would enter into the promised land. Balak was afraid of the Israelites due to their successful war with the Amorites and their vast numbers. Numbers 22. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in the plains of Moab, and this side Jordan and of Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that the Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of the people, because they were many, and Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And it would seem that the Amorites had been in control of the Moabites and the Midianites at the time, and it actually installed their own kings, their own people, as kings over those nations. The kings of Midian, who were slain, as we saw, were Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba. But those were actually kings of Midian. Yeah, and they slew the kings of Midian. But we are told in the book of Joshua that those 5 kings of Midians were actually dukes of Sion, the king of the Amorites dwelling in Moab. And all the cities of the plain and the kingdom of Sion, king of the Amorites, which reigned in Heshbon, whom Moses smote with the princes of Midian, Evi and Rechem and Zur and Reba, which were the dukes of Sion, dwelling in the country. So these 5 kings of Midian who were killed in that war were actually Amorites who were in the land, and they'd been put into places of power amongst the Midianites. But they weren't really Midianites. The Amorite king, Sihon, had taken all the land of the Moabites prior to the event, as we see in Numbers 21-26. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab and taken all his land out of his hand, even unto Ammon. The Amorites themselves had been defeated by the Israelites, as we were told in Numbers 21. And Israel had simply wanted to actually pass through the land, but King Sihon would not grant them permission to do so, and instead gathered together his army and went out to fight against them. The Israelites defended themselves against that unprovoked attack, and having defeated the Amorites, they took their land. And that's found in Numbers 21 through 25. Again, I'm not going to read all of that, but I'll leave it up there for a second. With the Moabites having been overcome by the Amorites, so we now have the Amorites who have overcome the Moabites, but now the Amorites have been destroyed or been attacked. They came to attack the Israelites and defeated. We now have, on the outskirts of Moab, we now have the Israelites, because the Amorites were living in the land of the Moabites, as we've seen. They took their land. So the Moabs were scared that the Israelites were now going to attack them. And so they'd just seen that the Amorites had been defeated by the Israelites. And now they're scared that the Israelites, who are now camped in their place, they don't know that they're just walking through to go off to the promised land. They're now worried that they're going to be attacked by the Israelites themselves. And so through fear, it wasn't warranted, because they weren't going to attack. God had not instructed them to attack Moab at all. In fact, actually, we see it says, and the Lord said unto me, distress not the Moabites, neither contend with them in battle. For I give not their land for a possession, Deuteronomy 2:9, because I have given it to Ar unto the children of Lot for a possession. So the Moabites were actually perfectly safe. They didn't need to fear the children of Israel, but they didn't know that. But in the law, the Israelites were told not to go and attack the Moabites because that's not their land. So they were just going to walk on through. But the Moabites presumptuously went and tried to contend with Israel. So they were just going to walk on. But Balak wasn't aware of that. So he sent messengers to Balaam in order to ask him to curse the Israelites. So he wanted to curse the Israelites who he had stated covered the whole earth and were too mighty for him, so that he could smite them and drive them out of the land. So Balak, the king of Moab, wanted to basically kill the Israelites and get them out of the land. And he sent messengers, therefore, unto Balaam the son of Beor to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray thee, curse the people, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou blesses is blessed, and he who you curse is cursed. And this was a fundamental mistake that would later come back to haunt the Moabites with the consequences of that war. We know that these messengers were both from Moab and Midian, for the elders of both nations went with rewards to Balaam. So we have so although it's on the sides of Moab, they are conglomerating together, the Moabites and the Midianites, to conspire against Israel. And they go off to Balaam. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hand. And they came unto Balaam, and they spake unto him the words of Balak. Now Balak, realizing that the Israelites were too many in number in order to simply attack and defeat them, decided that he would try to use magic and divination in order to defeat them. So he turned to Balaam to put a curse on the Israelites, to weaken them so that he would be able to attack them and drive them out of the land. Balaam was the son of Beor of Pethor, as we've already seen. There we go. Now, Beor himself was a soothsayer. That is one who practices divination. And we find that in Joshua. Balaam, also the son of Beor, the soothsayer, did the children of Israel slay with the sword among them that were slain by them. So the elders of the Moabites and the Midianites tried to get Balaam, the son of one who practiced divination, to curse the Israelites through that divination. Now, although Balaam is not himself attributed specifically as being a soothsayer, one who practices it, it would appear that it was at least believed that he was by the Moabites and the Midianites, saying that they took the rewards of divination to him. The title of soothsayer in Joshua is very often attributed to Balaam himself, but that's not what is stated. It's stating that it's Balaam is the son of Beor, the soothsayer. So it's likely that Balaam was. Although I'm going to agree with that, because the closest referent is Beor. It is possible that Balaam is literally being called the soothsayer here, but it's certainly something that he practiced, or that he was willing to practice anyway. Now God came to Balaam, and after his inquiry as to who the men were, and with him, we learn that they were the elders of Moab and Midian. He commanded him not to curse the people. God comes to Balaam and says, do not curse these people, stating that they were blessed. And God refused to allow Balaam to go with the men. Balaam then informed Balak's princes that he would not go with them because he'd just been told by God in Numbers 22, 9 through 14. Now, Balak was not content with the answer. So Balaam said, I can't curse these people, for they are blessed, in verse 12. And it says, and God said unto Balaam, thou shalt not go with them, thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. And so he says, I can't come with you because God has said no. But Balak refused to accept this answer, and he petitioned again Balaam to curse the Israelites. And this time he promised to give him whatever he wanted. And Balaam actually now explains that he could not go against his God, the Lord, for any amount of reward. And Balak sent again princes more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam and said to him, thus saith Balak the son of Zippor, let nothing, I pray thee, hinder thee from coming unto me, for I will promote thee unto the very great honor, and I will do whatsoever thou sayest unto me. Come therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people. So he still wants him to curse them. And Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord, Yahweh, my God, to do less or more. I can't do this because God has said, my God, the Lord, Yahweh, has said, I can't do it. So he called Yahweh his God. Now, some people do claim that Balaam was an Israelite, based on him stating that. However, that is incorrect. As shown, Balaam was the son of Beor, and Beor was not an Israelite. He was, as already shown, from Pethor. Pethor was located in Mesopotamia. Deuteronomy 23:4. Because they met you not with bread and water in that way, when ye came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor, of Pethor, of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. Now, neither Beor nor his son Balaam were or could have been Israelites. We do know that before God met with Balaam, Balaam had 7 altars built in order to offer burnt offerings. 1 bullock and 1 ram were sacrificed on each of the 7 altars, and then he proclaimed that Yahweh would come and meet him, which he actually did. So this is found in Numbers 23. However, it is very likely that Balaam was simply just a hand for hire. He was paid to practice divination, and so that is exactly what he did. Balaam was not an Israelite, and for him, Yahweh was just another of these gods that the nations had. And he would consult any god that he was paid in order to consult. That's what he did. He kind of went on, when somebody came to him, he did that divination, and he would speak to any god that they asked him to speak to. Not necessarily because they existed, but because he would kind of say that I'm consulting with them and they're speaking with me. So he just simply inquired of Yahweh, the God of the Israelites, in order to attempt to curse the Israelites and receive his fee. He wasn't really going to curse them because cursing didn't really exist, but he was going to get his fee. But now God, because he is real, the Israelite God, Yahweh, actually now uses Balaam as an instrument to proclaim the protection that he had given over his people. So now he's like really speaking to Balaam, and Balaam has to acknowledge that. And so he's calling him his God now, because God is actually speaking back to him rather than him having to pretend. He's now getting spoken to. And God put the word in Balaam's mouth, what he should speak. And the Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth and said, return unto Balak, and thus thou shalt speak. Now, Balaam calling Yahweh his God was nothing more than lip service in an attempt to either demonstrate that all gods were his God, and he could utilize them for his own benefit, for the men that sent him to hire, or to try to find favor with the Israelites, maybe, with the Israelite God, with whom he had clearly already been consulting with. It would now be clear to Balaam that the Israelite God was not like the other gods. He was a God who actually spoke back, gave him instructions, which would not have been like anything that he would have encountered before. So there is simply nothing that would indicate that Yahweh was in fact Balaam's true God. He was simply trying to fulfill the task that he had been asked to do, and what he was going to receive that payment for. Now Balaam inquired of God again. This time, God told him to go to Balak, but that he should do only as he is instructed to do. Now therefore I pray you, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know that the Lord, the Yahweh, will say unto me more. And God came to Balaam at night and said unto him, if the men come to call thee, rise up and go with them. But yet the word which I shall say unto thee, that shall you do. Now Balaam went with them upon his donkey, and this is where we find the rather mysterious story of Balaam and his talking donkey. The angel of the Lord stood in front of the donkey 3 times so that it could not pass by. Each time, Balaam, who did not see the angel, so much as for those powers of divination, smote his donkey for not going forward, as he had commanded him to do. On the 3rd time, the donkey actually speaks now and asks Balaam why he has hit him. Now, of course, the story itself is often used against the Bible to show that it is just a fable. We know that donkeys do not talk, unless you, like myself, are a huge fan of Shrek, where we do find a talking donkey, and one that won't stop talking. Shrek is, of course, an animated film, and Donkey, who in my opinion is one of the funniest characters of all time behind me, is also just an animated creation. He is not real, and real donkeys do not talk. Only within the confines of fiction can a donkey talk. Under normal circumstances, I would agree and say that it is not possible for a donkey to talk. And if anyone had claimed that a donkey did talk to them, I would probably point out that they need to go and see a psychologist. But we're not talking about a normal donkey. We're talking about specifically in the text of a biblical story, because it was God that opened the mouth of the donkey. And the Lord opened the mouth of the ass and said unto Balaam, what have I done unto thee, that thou hast smitten me these 3 times? Now, obviously, if you believe in God, then you should be able to understand that God can make a donkey talk if he wants to. Now, of course, if we've got a God that created the whole universe, if God exists, if we grant that God exists and he is real, then I don't think that making a donkey talk is too much of a problem for it. Now, Balaam's eyes were then opened, and he was able to see the angel standing in the way. And Balaam required the intervention of the powers of God in order to be able to see this angel. This then is a clearer biblical attestation that as a soothsayer, Balaam was a fraud. He had no powers to do what he was hired to do. The angel even told Balaam that if the donkey had not turned aside, then he was actually going to slay him. If he continued on doing that, he was actually going to kill Balaam. Oh, and my slides have now, I can only show 100 at a time. And I've actually got lots more. But I'm not going to be able to show any more slides. It's only allowing me to show 100. I can't go beyond that. Oh. But anyway, I'm gonna try and get through this really quick now, because it's been 3 hours and 30 minutes, and I really need to get and explain this. So I'm just going to really rush through. And so there, Numbers 22:33. I'll read these quick. And Ass saw me and turned from me these 3 times, unless she had turned from me. Surely now also I would have slain thee and saved her life. So the donkey actually saved Balaam's life by not going forward as he had commanded him to do. While Balaam was used to speaking to gods, it is unlikely that he had ever been threatened with death by one. Balaam was not now inquiring of the pagan gods, but he was inquiring of Yahweh, the one true God. He was now dealing with truth. Balaam stated that he had sinned and that he would return if that was the wish of the angel. The angel told him to continue. Balak meets Balaam and inquires of him why he did not come at once after Balak had sent for him. Balaam simply replies that he had now come, but he would speak only what was put in his mouth. And as we know, Balaam then instructs Balak to build 7 altars. Balaam meets with God, and God instructs him to tell Balaam that Israel cannot be cursed because it's blessed. And that rather annoys Balak, who called Balaam to curse the Israelites, not to bless them. So Balaam's answers him, saying that he can only speak what Yahweh has given him to speak. Again, Balak asks Balaam to curse Israel. Balaam, however, inquires of God a second time and returns stating that he has commanded to bless Israel and cannot curse them. He wasn't going to go against Yahweh after his encounter with the angel, after he'd just been threatened with death. To this, Balak asks Balaam not to curse or bless the Israelites. He says, don't do either. Balak, who had sought Balaam to curse Israel, would now simply settle for him to not bless them. And Balak's plan was not going according to how he imagined. Balaam replied again that he could only do what the Lord had told him to do. So Balak tries again a third time. This time Balaam already knew that Israel was blessed by God and did not meet with God in order to seek the command regarding cursing them, nor did he do as Balak had requested, but rather for a third time he blessed Israel. Now it was clear that God was going to use Balaam not to impute the requested curse upon Israel, but rather he was going to turn that curse into a blessing. The Bible states that very thing, Deuteronomy 23:5. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam. Because I can't bring up any more slides, I'll just come back onto screen. Unto Balaam, but the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Nehemiah 13:2, because they met not the children of Israel with bread and water, but hired Balaam against thee, that he should curse them. Howbeit our God turned the curse into a blessing. So we see this. Balak decided to smote the hands of Balaam and told him to go back to where he came from, which is what Balaam did. And that is obviously not the end of the story. We know that through the counsel of Balaam, later on, the women of Midian caused the Israelites to cause trespass against the Lord. Numbers 31:15. And Moses said unto them, have ye saved all the women alive? Now we're going back into this. So we've built up this backstory and understood what was going on. We get the war with Midian. And behold, these caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague amongst the congregation of the Lord. Now we're told in Revelation that it was indeed Balaam who had taught Balak how to get them to eat things sacrificed to idols and commit fornication. So although Balaam doesn't curse the Israelites, he actually backhandedly tells Balaam information. And he says in Revelation 2:14, "But I have a few things against thee, because thou hast there them that hold the doctrine of Balaam, who taught Balak to cast a stumbling block before the children of Israel, to eat things sacrificed unto idols and to commit fornication." So although Balaam doesn't curse Israel, he tells Balak how to get Israel to commit fornication. And this is what's going to then happen. Balaam is even stated as having loved the reward and the wages of unrighteousness, 2 Peter 2:15, which have forsaken the right way and are gone astray, following the way of Balaam, the son of Bosor, who loved the wages of unrighteousness. Now, it may well be that Balak gave him that reward after all, that Balaam got that reward. And it appears that Balaam, at some point, although he was unable to curse Israel, devised a plan that would lead Israel away from following their God. He conjured up a most cunning deception. Cursing Israel was not an option because he'd been told not to do so by God. But he does show how to lead Israel into idolatry. And so maybe, he's able to do this in order to be able to get his fee anyway. Then the protective hand of God would be removed and Israel would then be weakened. So if he could get them to, so he's saying, I can't curse them, but if we can get them to commit idolatry, adultery, whatever we can get them to commit, they're going to, the protective hand of God is going to be removed, and now we can, and then you can go and attack them. And Balaam would then have fulfilled that task and would have been able to receive his payment. Now, we are not privy to the information of how and when Balaam instructed the Moabites and the Midianites how to do that. But what we do know is that he is being accused of it, and we know that the Midianites and the Moabites do actually go off and do this to Israel, and Israel does commit that idolatry because that's what the Bible says. So, as we know, Balaam would then be killed for that, and he was killed during that war. So now we know why the Israelites were instructed to smite the Midianites and the events that transpired beforehand. So this was not just some arbitrary command by God to go and attack some random nation at a whim. The Midianites were not innocent. They had caused the Israelites to commit whoredom, idolatry, in the wilderness before they managed to get into the promised land. So, and this goes down in infamy as something that the Israelites are ashamed of what they actually did. Now, it is after that Moses stated that the Midianite women had led the Israelites into that idolatry. And he states that the women who had not known a man, who had not had sex, were not to be killed. So this is where we get this. We're back to the Numbers 31:18. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. The reason that the women who had not known a man were to be spared was rather simple. They were innocent of the act of leading the Israelites to that trespass, committing the whoredom against the Lord via idolatry and whoredom. It had obviously nothing to do with the Israelites using these women as sex slaves because they were virgins. They were spared because, as virgins, they had not engaged in the ritual sexual acts that had led the Israelites to that trespass against Yahweh. And it was therefore not their virginity for which they were spared, but actually their innocence, because they hadn't done anything. So they were innocent and therefore spared. And this was, in fact, an act of mercy, sparing those who were innocent and not in any way condoning the sexual abuse upon a virgin, women and girls. It would then appear that Moses, who was the one who commanded the killing, had at least learned something about mercy. Save those that are innocent. And we must also understand that the women who remained had nothing left. The women of their the men of their nation had just been killed. So during the war, all these men have been killed. All of their men. There's no men left. So we're just saving the women and the children. What do you do with women and children? You just leave them. You've killed all the men. So what do we do with these women and children? The cities were destroyed. The cattle was taken by the Israelites as spoils of war. Now, far from these Israelites taking the women and doing what they pleased with them, it was now the responsibility and the obligation of the Israelites to take care of these women. Take them for yourselves is not an instruction to go off and rape them and make them, partake in vile acts. Take the women for yourselves. Look, that's what you have to do now. You have to take them. You can't leave them because you've killed all the men. What's going to happen to these women? You have to take them now. And so this is a protection for those women. We've already seen that the Israelites were commanded over and over and over to protect and take care of the stranger. So while these women were captives, they were also now part of Israel. And so they would now have to be treated as part of Israel. They would have to be looked after. They would have to be taken care of. But again, they don't have anywhere to go. They're not going to have any land. So they're going to have to be taken by the Israelites and for themselves and looked after, become part of Israel, become part of these families. There's no instruction here to be taken as sex slaves. In fact, there were laws that were actually given to the Israelite men and taking the women that remained after the war, that they could become their wives if they wished to do so. In Deuteronomy 21:10, when thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them unto thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife, then thou shalt bring her into thine home, to your house. So you don't just see a beautiful woman and you want to go off and rape her. You want to make her your wife, and she shall. What she should do is shave her head and pare her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, so she's no longer captive. She hasn't been taken as captive. She's going to be taken in as your wife now, and she's going to take on that attire of a wife, and she shall remain in thine house, and be well her father and mother for a full month. And after that thou shalt go into her, and be her husband, and she shall be your wife, husband and wife. We're not talking about just going and raping women. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will. So she can go off. If you're not happy with her, let her go. But you will not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make her merchandise of her, because you have humbled her. That's part of the law. So there was no command to go in and rape the women. No command to use her as an Israelite man saw fit. On the contrary, if the Israelite man went into her, he was to be her husband, and she was to be his wife, not merely a sex slave. So this clearly goes against the understanding that God was allowing the Israelites to make sex slaves of the young virgin and girls of the Midianites. There's simply no context that would give the understanding that the Israelite men were allowed to do whatever they wanted with these women. As already pointed out, there is also not one passage that could be cited as evidence for the Israelite men actually doing so. There most certainly is no command or condoning of the act. Now, a question that often gets asked is, why didn't God also tell the Israelites to vex and smite the Moabites as he did the Midianites? The Moabite women took part in the act of whoredom as well. So why didn't he tell them to go off and war with the Moabite women, as the Moabite tribes? Why is it only to go off and vex the Midianites? The Moabite women also took part in the act of whoredom. Well, actually, they probably didn't, or at least not in the same number as the Midianites. Although we know that it was the Moabites' idea to somehow rid the land of the Israelites, and they had not gone about it alone, the Midianites clearly playing their part. It is more likely that the women who were involved were not actually from Moab. It is precisely because it was Moab's idea that the women who engaged in the act were referred to as the daughters of Moab, even though they were not, in fact, from Moab, but they were from Midian. And we can see this back in part 1 of the story, where the plagues was stayed in number 25. We see in verse 1, the woman referred to as the daughters of Moab. And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. But when the plague is stayed, it is because the Midianite woman, Cosby, was slain. And that's in Numbers 25:6. So being under the influence and acting on behalf of Moab, the women of Midian were actually referred to the daughters of Moab, because they are being told by Moab what to do. And so they become daughters of Moab. Not literal, but they are just called the daughters. They're just like Jesus calls the Pharisees, you're the children of the devil. Doesn't mean that they're physical children of the devil. Is because they are influenced and they're doing that work. So they're called the children of the devil. And so here we see that the women of Midian, who actually went off and did this whoredom and brought Israel into that whoredom, were actually called daughters of Moab, not being Moabites, but they're the daughters of Moab because of what they're actually doing, because Moab has actually given them the instructions to go and do so. And this is similar to like the slain kings of Moab, who were not themselves, not literally Moabites, as we've already seen, but they were referred to. But they were actually Amorites, but they were living in Moab, and they were ruling over Moab, and so they are actually called the kings of Moab. But they weren't physically Moabites. But the Moabites themselves actually didn't go unpunished for their part, although they were not instructed to go to war with the Moabites. It was forbidden by God for a Moabite to enter into the congregation of the Lord because they had hired Balaam. Deuteronomy 23:3. An Amorite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever, because they met you not with bread and water in that way when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor-Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. It was forbidden for Israelites to seek peace with them or their prosperity. Deuteronomy 23:6, thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all the days of forever. So the Moabites were punished for their part, but it was different than that of what the Midianites were, the ones who actually did the dirty work. Sexual slavery and rape was not the outcome for the spared women of Midian at all. It was actually protection. They were going to become, they had to be taken in by the Israelites. They had to be taken for themselves. That wasn't like go in and do what you want with them, but rather they are now being to be taken by you and looked after. in exactly the same way as we've already seen the other strangers, because we have to take that command along with all the other commands about not vexing a stranger, looking after the stranger, taking in a stranger, giving them work, giving them pay, giving them raiment, giving them a home, and all of this. We have to understand the whole concept put together. And so Moab was punished. The Midianites were punished, but the Midianite women were not taken as sex slaves. In the full context, taken along with the biblical understanding of rape, we'll go into whether the Bible allows rape in another study. When we take all of this into consideration, all of the biblical passages, all the work, all these verses, the Bible as a whole, we actually see that there is a strong condemnation of slavery in the Bible. And although the Israelites are recorded as being enslaved, and they actually maybe even engaged in slavery themselves, they did so without that instruction from God, contrary to the instructions of God, opposed to what God had given them in their law in order to protect and look after the stranger, not to vex them, not to make them serve with rigor, and to make them a slave. So slavery is in the Bible, but it's not condoned. And so basically that is the study. I apologize for it being quite a long, drawn out, nearly 4 hours of study now. But yeah, that is basically what I believe. Now you may disagree, and you're more than welcome to. If you are not convinced by the arguments that I presented, that's fine. But you will have to show why you feel like no, you don't have to. You can continue on with your understanding if that's your understanding of biblical slavery, and that slavery is allowed. You're okay to continue on with that. I think that I've presented an argumentation of why I don't think that slavery, that type of slavery, the slavery of the African transatlantic slave trade, is allowed in the Bible. I don't believe that that's what is allowed, what it was being condoned, what is being instructed. I believe that it is employment, punishment, servitude, but it's certainly not slavery. And like I say, there's many passages there that actually serve to protect those that were in that kind of servitude. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. It's been 4 hours. I'm more than happy to engage with anybody that would like to engage with this. If you disagree, if you've agreed, it's like I say, it's been a long study. I could have probably broken this up into two, but I wanted to get it done in one particular study. And I appreciate everybody that has watched and has stayed about for kind of 4 hours. If you've been in and out, then I appreciate that as well. But yeah, hopefully I've kind of answered everybody's questions that has asked of me, and I hope that you have looked at the study, and whether you agree with it, whether you disagree with it, I'm more than happy, as always, to engage on why you disagree, why you still think that after the presentation that I've put forth. Now that last part was quite complex, and I had to bring in the backstory of what happened, why the Midianites were actually attacked, and what that kind of meant for the women, and why that actually happened, in order to be able to explain that. I know that was quite long, that bit, in comparison to obviously all the rest. But hopefully you'll look at that and you'll say, well, okay, maybe there's a bit more understanding to biblical slavery than just it allows slavery, because I don't believe that it does. So hopefully you've appreciated what I've presented. Thank you very, very much for watching. Tunji, you're welcome. I hope that you caught all of the study, and if you don't, go back and go through it again, because I think that this is something that I know that has been, that I was meant to be having a discussion with somebody on Unbiased's channel about this, and we never did, because I mentioned it to Unbiased, but the other person never did get back and didn't come in and discuss it. So I wanted to, because I think that this is something that is really vitally important, in terms of specifically to Black Americans, because I think it's really important that isn't seen as something that was allowed in the Bible, and that it was condemned, and that the slave owners were wrong when they tried to utilize the Bible in order to allow to kind of say that slavery was acceptable, and that it was God that condemned it. And I like I say, I believe that anybody making that argument themselves are wrong. But yes, thank you very much for watching. Do appreciate everybody that's been here for the 4 hours that we've done. So it's a long study of just me talking rather than other people engaging and stuff. So it's just a long study that I've done. I do appreciate everybody that has been here, watched it. Remember that it comes from my book, Is God Moral? So the other 4 arguments are in that book as well. So this is chapter 3. This comes from chapter 3 of that particular book. Scroll up. There is links to it. You can find it on Amazon. So it's on Amazon.co.uk and American and other Amazon sites. All you need to do is search for my name, and you will find it on there. Again, appreciated everybody being here who's watched, and I will see you on my next study. I'm not sure exactly when it will be, what it will be on at this moment in time, but it shouldn't be too long, and I'll look forward to seeing you. And again, thank you every person that has come in and watched it or will watch it in the future on replay on YouTube. So I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I look forward to it. Remember, you can, if you want to contact me, you can do so through my website, www.followintruth.com. If you disagree with me, please make a comment in the section for comments. I'll try and address it. You can send me an email if you disagree. We can go through why you disagree, and even if you agree, let me know that you agree. It's always nice to receive some positive feedback instead of like always negative feedback. People that disagree with me. I'm sure there are some people that agree with me on some things that I say, even though they're probably less than those that disagree with me. But thank you very much, and I'll see you on my next study.